Holidays to all. My name is John Michael. I'll be presenting the cases to the board for their review today within all of the public hearings. Here at the outset of the meeting, we respectfully ask you to please silence your phones, silence your tablets, silence any other electronic device you have so that the board's proceedings are not interrupted. We thank you in advance for your help with that. In each of today's public hearings, the board reviews the correspondence that's been submitted in support of or opposition to each of the cases. The board also reviews correspondence from other government agencies submitted with regard to those cases. In today's hearing, staff will present site plans, maps, photographs, and other documents that comprise the case record. At the conclusion of that staff presentation, the appellant will have the opportunity to come forward and make a presentation to the board with regard to his or her appeal. After that appellant's presentation, the board would hear from any of those wishing to speak in support of the appeal that's been made. If the appeal has opposition, then the opponents would then have the opportunity to come forward and speak to the board. After such opposition presents their testimony, the appellant would have the opportunity to come back and present rebuttal testimony if he or she wishes. Under BZA rules, an appellant has 10 minutes to make the desired presentation to the board. If, however, it's a contested case, then both sides would have 15 minutes to make their desired presentations. Of note, that's 15 minutes per side, not 15 minutes per person who wishes to address the board. Therefore, if there are a group of people who wish to speak on a case, it is imperative that you divvy up your time in advance so that everyone has a fair bite at the apple. At the conclusion of each hearing, the board will deliberate and then vote on the individual case before the board. The board is vested with the power to act on these cases under the terms of the Metro Zoning Code, specifically Section 17.40.180. All section numbers that we refer to today come from the Metropolitan Code of Laws, Chapter 17, the Zoning Code, which was adopted by the Metro Council and took effect on January the 1st, 1998. I'll introduce the entire Zoning Code and make it part of today's record. The Metro Code requires a record of these proceedings because this is broadcast to public television on Metro, help me, Mr. Chairman.
Metro Nashville Network.
Metro Nashville Network.
Formerly known as Channel 3, the people that bring our council meetings and this meeting, Planning Commission, Historic Zoning, many others.
That's right. And because those proceedings are broadcast via television as well as uploaded to YouTube at a later date, it is imperative that anyone wishing to address the board come forward, use one of the microphones here at the front of the room, introduce yourself by name and address, and then make the desired presentation to the board. No commentary from the gallery will be accepted as part of the record or part of the board's consideration. So again, if you wish to address the board on your case, that's totally fine. You're in the right place to do it. Just come forward and address the board accordingly. The Metro Code requires 4 of our 7 board members in order to establish quorum. In the event that 5 or more members are present for a hearing, but an appeal fails to receive 4 affirmative votes, the case will remain on the board's agenda for the next 30 days. Any application that fails to receive 4 affirmative votes within that 30-day window shall be deemed denied by operation of law. Pursuant to board rules, an aggrieved party may appeal board decisions to the Chancery Court of Davidson County within 60 days of the original hearing date. Additionally, an aggrieved party may file a motion for rehearing within 60 days of the original hearing date, pursuant to the terms of the Board of Zoning Appeals rules and regulations. After that time elapses, the board's decision becomes final, and no further action can be taken. For the appellants, if your appeal is granted, you are in fact required to obtain the permit for which you have applied. A permit must be obtained within 2 years of a board approval in order for that approval to remain valid. After any such 2-year period, you would be required to apply for the permit anew and subsequently approach the board anew for the same. It should be noted that if any false or misleading testimony is presented to the board, any board approval could be revoked at a later date by means of a show cause hearing before the BZA. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I submit that all the cases have been filed in the proper order, all appellants notified by certified mail, and all legal notice requirements have been fulfilled. Here at the outset of the meeting, we'll make note of a couple of preliminary announcements, namely that we have 3 cases that have been deferred to later dates. First, case 2017-259, involving the property on the 1300 block at 6th Avenue North, has been deferred to January the 18th. Second case 2017-349 involving the property at 122 Liberty Lane has been deferred 1 meeting to January the 4th. And forgive what I've said incorrectly on 259, that's a deferral to the first meeting in February, which is February the 1st. 259 deferred to February 1st. Case 349 deferred to January the 4th. And then finally, case 2017-381 involving the property at 1202 Calvin Avenue has been deferred to January the 18th. Those are the three deferrals from today's docket, Mr. Chairman. We would note, of course, that our board utilizes a consent agenda at each of its meetings. One board member reviews the record for each case prior to the hearings and determines if there are any such cases where the appellants have met the criteria for their requested action. If the reviewing board member determines that testimony in the case would not alter the material facts of the appeal, then that case is recommended to the board for approval. We'll enter into the record those cases that have been so recommended, and if anyone here in the audience is here in opposition to one of the cases recommended for consent agenda, please signify so by raising your hand, and we'll just pull the case off the consent agenda and hear it in its regular order. The only two cases recommended for consent agenda today are first, case 2017-363, involving the property at 1136 Lebanon Pike, a request for a variance from sidewalk requirements to meet planning's recommendations instead for the alternative sidewalk design. That has been recommended for consent agenda with the condition, of course, Mr. Chairman, that the appellants meet planning department's recommendations. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 363? Seeing none, that will be on the consent agenda, as well as case 2017-386. Involving the property at 3001 Ned Shelton Road in Council District number 29. This is a request for a side setback reduction, and that is the only request on that case. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 386? Seeing no one, that too will be recommended for the consent agenda. Mr. Chairman, cases 363 and 386 comprise the entirety of our consent agenda. Staff would solicit a board motion to that effect.
Okay, those two cases have been properly moved to the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion about the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously.
For our members of the public who are here on either case 363 or 386, you're done. Although you're welcome to stay, perhaps you need not. We wish you the best with your project. You should be able to see our staff as early as tomorrow in order to pursue the permit that you have sought. Additionally, those who are here, again, on cases 259, 349, or 381, those cases have been deferred to later dates and will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman, before we continue with the other cases from today's docket, we'd like to use this opportunity to recognize the elected officials who are with us in the audience today.
Who have all gathered in the back of the room for some reason.
Wisely waiting to pick their moments, doubtless. We'll try to recognize them one at a time. Any council members who might wish to address the board here at the outset of the meeting, you're invited to do so. We see Councilmember Van Rees from District 8. Do you wish to address the board?
I'm going to wait for the item.
Very well. Councilmember Murphy from District 24.
Thank you for letting us go ahead. I just wanted to speak quickly on, I think it's at the end of your agenda, and it looked like y'all had a long agenda. It is a rehearing that I'm requesting, and I appreciate that y'all deferred it, I think, at your last meeting because I was unable to be here because I was sick. So basically, the reason I'm asking for a rehearing on, let me pull up this address. It's on Alabama.
4705 Alabama Avenue, board
There we
members.
go.
It's case number 315.
So in the letter that I submitted to y'all, it lays out that first this case was, the letter was sent and it was listed as being in District 25. And so there was some confusion of whether this was in my district, whether it had the wrong address, what was the right address, and where was it located. And I did not get kind of a clear answer whether it was my district or in Councilman Pulley's district until basically a day before the day of y'all's hearing, which I sent like a last-minute email of just saying, I'm not for any variances for sidewalks in my district, and I know that y'all read that into the record. But I think it's important to notice as well that on the agenda, and as noted in my letter, this was listed as being an addition to a residential building when it was actually a commercial building. And so my concern here is that it was not described properly or potentially noticed to the neighbors properly because it had been listed on your agenda for that day as a residential addition rather than a commercial addition, which, as you know, triggers different things in our sidewalk law that we passed. Another point here, too, that I would just like to mention that Council Lady Angie Henderson worked really hard on our sidewalk legislation, and she brought so many people to the table, and the fact that she even got the Chamber of Commerce on board is huge. And so I feel like a lot of times when variances are granted or not noticed properly, it kind of diminishes the value of the work that she did over a long period of time. And I understand that y'all look at the case and you get the facts and the hardships and things like that. But as I've mentioned to some of y'all in the past, there is an issue with getting correct information to neighbors, which is why I had another rehearing before y'all just a few months ago, and making sure that we really know the accurate situation of what's going on. I've this week spoken with Keith Durbin with IT to find out what is taking so long to get the BZA tracker website up, which is very similar to the planning tracker that y'all are probably familiar with, the development tracker. I think that is going to clear up a lot of these confusions and a lot of this misnotification and things like that, or where we can catch these issues earlier. But that has been something that has been talked about since our last budget cycle, and it still is not online, and it does not appear that it will be online until February. And so that I simply just ask y'all to reset this case and rehear it to discuss the hardship and whether there really is one or not, whether this property owner should be paying an in lieu fee or not, because it was not correctly listed, described, and did not give the neighborhoods of the Nations or of Sylvan Park an opportunity to weigh in. But planning did weigh in to disapprove this.
Okay.
So.
Commission members, we will be discussing this at the end of our agenda, but the council lady is here right now, so this is the time to ask her any questions about when we vote. We will later vote whether to rehear this case, but does anyone have any questions based on what she said?
I don't, based on what she said, that I had a question about whether I should hear this or not. I was absent when this case was originally heard, and I guess I need to ask our attorney if I need to recuse myself. Or
Can Ms. Sanford vote on the motion to rehear it?
On behalf of staff, yes, because the motion for rehearing is a standalone motion. If the motion was granted by the board, it would result in resetting the case to a later date, an all-new hearing of the case, which would be going through the full notice requirement all over again. So you can hear the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I mean, I was absent too, so that was a question that I had too. And then, just in looking at the case, it appears that they have the requirement is a 4-foot grass strip and an 8-foot sidewalk. They have a 12-foot grass strip and a 6-foot sidewalk. And so I just want to make sure that what you're asking, I mean, that you as a representative of the neighborhood would prefer they have an 8-foot sidewalk.
Well, I guess what we're trying to decide is whether we rehear it or not, but I guess
Right,
you could be on
right.
record.
But
And
I
I
think I mean, and I get it, but the point is, to me, there's a difference between saying I didn't have the opportunity to say my piece, but I'm kind of cool with the outcome. You're not cool with the outcome, which is why you want us to rehear it. And so that's what I'm curious. I mean, that's why I'm asking.
Sure.
I mean,
My understanding is what they requested was not to build the sidewalk and to not pay the in lieu fee. And so if they were not building and not paying the in lieu fee, that's what we have the problem with. Because, I mean, again, those triggers are what we put into the legislation for a reason. Metro Nashville has a lot of expensive projects coming up. Sidewalks are expensive. And to just dismiss that, okay, maybe when we get, if y'all rehear this, maybe we're okay with the existing sidewalk that they have because it is a big buffer and things like that. But to just dismiss the in lieu fee altogether, it devalues the legislation, the purpose of the work that we did, and really our legislative intent there. So,
that's what I was trying to get at.
Yes.
Where you're coming from.
yes.
Am I looking at the order wrong? I thought we ordered that the applicant can pay into the sidewalk fund and must dedicate right-of-way, the November 9th 2017 order.
And I don't think my office received the order other than it was granted.
John
Like-
Michael, remind us what we actually ruled.
It's in the,
The appellant's case, and of course, the appellant is the entity that receives a hard copy of the order via U.S. mail, reads as follows. It is therefore ordered by the Metropolitan Board of Zoning Appeals that the appellant's request shall be granted, subject to the following conditions. Applicant can pay into the sidewalk fund and must dedicate right-of-way.
And so does that mean that they are paying the full amount that would have been, trying to see if I've got that in here?
Yes.
The $37,500 is what they're paying in the in
178 per linear foot, whatever the linear foot calculation is.
So on here, on the permit that had been denied, it says assessed value at $37,500. And if that is the case, then I'm happy to withdraw my motion. But again, this is another example of where it's not being communicated back to the public in a manner that is describing what y'all are deciding without us having to go back and watch in great detail.
I know you feel very strongly about sidewalks, and Councilor Henderson worked very hard on this. Explain to us, because we're, as you notice on our agenda, there are a lot of sidewalk cases, why the in lieu fee payment is so important to you.
So it's important for me because here, there is a sidewalk that Metro and taxpayer dollars has already built. And so it has been, I guess, decided that that is sufficient. But just because Metro has already built it here, had Metro not had it built there, they would have to be paying. Or somebody else would be having to pay for this if it was a similar site but further down the block and they didn't have a sidewalk on that block face. I have a lot of sidewalks that were parts of my neighborhood where there might be a sidewalk on that block face, but it's not a complete sidewalk, or it needs to be updated. And as I'm sure you've read in the paper, a lot of the bulk of our sidewalk bucket money has gone to, I can't quote the exact number, but has gone to repair rather than new and expansions of sidewalks. And so the more, this sounds terrible. The more money that's in the bucket, the more sidewalks we're going to be able to rebuild, replace, make sure they're ADA compliant, all of those type of things. And especially, I think this last council meeting or the meeting before, we had to settle a case through Metro Legal because someone tripped on a sidewalk that should have been repaired. And so even though there is a sidewalk existing on this site, I think everybody still needs to do their kind of fair share according to the legislation, the intent of the legislation, and the letter of the law that they should pay the in lieu fee.
But I want to get back into that, and obviously you were part of the legislative body that passed this ordinance. We had a case in Councilman Sledge's district 6 months ago where the city had built a brand-new sidewalk like a year ago, and he said basically it's fine, and I think we allowed them not to build a new sidewalk, even though maybe the newer one was 2 inches wider. And I don't think we made them pay into the in lieu fund because it was a brand new sidewalk. So what do you say to the developer that said, it's a new sidewalk in front of me or perfectly good sidewalk, why should I have to pay into the in lieu fund?
Because they came here and they had triggered it, obviously, something that they were doing, whether it be a new build or an addition in the commercial and all of those type of things, they've triggered the requirement for the sidewalk. Just because they are fortunate enough to have a sidewalk in front of their house or their property, and somebody else here does not have that opportunity or having that sidewalk built in front of them already, why should they get a free pass when somebody else doesn't? And so I think it's more equitable if we require at least some type of in lieu fee or all of the in lieu fee, simply, because that I think is more equitable across the table than if you were lucky enough to have a sidewalk built in front of your house. Doesn't mean that you should get out of the letter, spirit, and intent of our law.
Okay. Any more questions? Councilor Murphy, thank you for being here.
Thank y'all.
John Michael.
We're also joined by Councilmember Nick Leonardo from District 1. Councilman, do you wish to address the board at this time?
Good afternoon. There are 2 matters. I'm Nick Leonardo. I am the council member for District 1. And frankly, in District 1, we have some other issues, and short-term rentals really aren't a big issue out in the Bordeaux area. But they're such a big issue that we're starting to get some of them. And there was two particular agenda items I wanted to speak to. On page 6, 2017-337, Mr. Dukes is here, and this is at the property located at 4217 Princess Lane. I have not heard from any constituents about this issue one way or the other. I do know Mr. Dukes. He is a pillar of the community. He's owned this place since 1986, and this is an owner-occupied. So
are you in favor of this?
Yes, I would be in favor of this at this time. Yes, sir. And then the other one.
Can we get just a clarification? It was 2017-377?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And then the final matter is on a motion to rehear, and it's Ms. Mays, and it's the end of your docket, and it's case number 2017-240, the property located at 208 Queens Lane Court. Mr. and Ms. Mays they're school teachers, been lifelong school teachers. I appreciate their commitment to Metro and the community. I think we got some bad information on this when we originally had the hearing. This is a owner-occupied, and so I have had contact with her after the hearing. We've had several discussions, and she's represented by counsel today, and they're prepared to address this body as it pertains to motion to rehear. But I do look at it a little bit differently since it is an owner-occupied, and of course I'm not sure what this body's tendency is right now. I mean, in addition to 608, we have 937 that just came through the Planning Commission and was approved last Thursday. But I did want to speak on behalf of those, and that I do support the petition to rehear, and as well as Mr. Dukes, his appeal on his permit, since both are at this time owner-occupied.
So when, I guess the very first case that you had mentioned, and trying to get back to page 6, you said that you were heard no complaints, it was owner-occupied, and that you were in favor. I take it by in favor you mean a penalty less than a year.
Correct.
I think the law going through council now would not give us that option. In fact, it would be a mandatory year from what I understand. So we still have a window to have special cases like this that are that warrant a true exception. And so you would be in favor of us exercising that existing right. I just want to make sure that the council, and again, whatever council passes that's the council's to pass, yes. And you all hear more than we do. But
you are the legislative body, but
as council members come and say, we'd like for you to do less than a year, I just want to make sure that they all know we won't have that option with the current legislation that's passed, which is fine if that's what council chooses. But there are cases like the one that you were describing that may warrant it, and that's what I'm hearing from you today.
Yes, sir. I mean, we're very divided as a body on this issue right now, and of course, General Assembly is going to convene very shortly, and so there may be something that comes out of that more than what we already know. But yeah, I would be in support of that okay. With the owner-occupied, and especially on the petition to rehear. That the basis of my opposition at that time was that it was not a Type 1. But again, we're new at this in Bordeaux. My constituents, the applicants don't contact me. My constituents aren't contacting me. So we're getting a little bit better at it, but I just want to make sure that I represented correctly that I think I was mistaken on what we were discussing here. So, and I also wanted to thank each of you for your service to the citizens of Nashville, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're also joined by Councilman Scott Davis from District Number 5. Councilman, do you wish to address the board?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy holidays. Commissioners, thank you for your volunteer time. I know your time is precious. We appreciate that. Thank you to the code staff for their long hours, and we appreciate that also. I'm here for 3 cases today. Let's just start off with the, since we've been talking about short-term rentals, let's start off with the short-term rental case. Let's start off with, let's see here, case number 372.
do you think about this case?
It's a type 1. The owner has lived there for 4 years.
So are you in support of this?
I'm in support of leniency.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask what Mr. Taylor asked, that you all are about to vote on a bill, and we're not saying one way or the other, but it would take away this body's ability to give less than a year punishment, and no matter how minor the case or how you might have some personal information, these violators will be subject to a year penalty no matter what. So that's just our
I understand.
own
Just
little
like
comment.
just like my colleague said, we are very divided on this issue. I, for one, just like him, for type 1s especially, this is a good source of supplementing incomes for, those professions who may make less than $40,000 a year.
Sure.
And this is not a new skinny party house. This is the house that my neighbor has owned for over 4 years now. And so I'm asking for leniency on this case, please.
Okay. And the other two that you have.
Now, the next one is 1425. Stand back. It is a type 1 permit. I apologize. 366. I apologize, Ms. Sanford.
Okay, there it is. Yes. 366. So what do you have to say about this case?
Okay. This is a older, an even older house with an in-law suite in the back. Like, if you're familiar with the Cleveland Park area and parts of Highland Heights, we have the mother-in-law suite kind of set up on the back. And this is a type 1. The young man has owned this house. He lives in the front house. And there was some confusion. I did an amendment, which is, I guess, pending legislation now, to kind of help clarify the in-law suites and then the shared lot when you have a duplex and/or an in-law suite, that that you can live in the front house and you can lease out the smaller, in-law suite. In-law suites can't be more than 750 in square feet, so it's very hard to throw a wild party back there. He's also represented by counsel today, and I'm in support of leniency, just like with my other neighbor.
Let me ask, so why are you in support of leniency for this case?
Well, number one, talk to the neighbors. There's not been any complaints like the wild parties and all the stuff that we've all heard.
Okay.
And number two, as soon as the host compliance sent the letter out, he stopped.
Oh, so this is a host compliance case. Thank you for our new software.
Okay. But as soon as they got that and that said stop, he stopped. My citizens don't want to violate the law.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'm asking very nicely to have mercy on my constituents,
And
please.
Councilman Davis, the last case.
Wait,
Last
sorry.
case.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry,
We got a
Council.
question.
I have a quick question. So, if the council should decide to take away the option of us granting a lesser punishment than 365, do you really feel like applicants, like in this case or the previous case you mentioned, do you really think that they're getting a fair bite at the apple as far as due process? I mean, in a way, most of the cases that come to us that are STRP, the violation is clear. We seldom are discussing, is there a violation? It's just, we're usually discussing, was it accidental? Was it beyond their control? Was it out of, pure oversight? Was it the fault of the realty agent, not the person trying to get the permit? And a lot of times, the only thing we have to do to mitigate that, since we're not a board of equity, and we have to decide on the facts, if that is taken away, are we not just wasting our time hearing these cases if there's no way we can vote anything other than the pure fact of the case?
Now, for the record, I'm not an attorney, okay? And I don't mean to. I want to really speak very plainly. I want to speak. I don't mean any disrespect to any of you fine people up here when I say this. Usually the people who sometimes get in trouble. When I look at it, I first look. Okay, was it because my colleagues when I hear about the opposition to the STRPs, it's wild parties, it's out-of-town investors, it's all kinds of crazy stuff, that's happening. And when I see my neighbors who are just trying to supplement their income, who live there, people that, I see, when I'm walking my dog, because I live very close to both of these. And when I see that, it puts me in a position where it's like, I got to do what I can to help them. Even though I find those other violations more egregious, but I don't have those in my neighborhood, because if there's a wild party, I shut it down. I know my shift sergeants. I know my flex units. If it's a wild party, it's done. If there's a bunch of bachelorettes acting crazy, I shut it down. And so it doesn't get here, and I feel this way that why am I elected official if I can't even shut down a wild party in my district? And to me, it's hurting, my citizens who need to supplement their income, who are living in the house that they're leasing, or they're living in the front house and they have their 600 square feet, in-law suite in the back. And I'm not sure about this in-law suite. I think this one came with the house. They did back in the old days in my neighborhood. So I'm in a tough position. I want to give you guys the powers, but I do think sometimes your time is wasted here, with these minor matters. Now, the big ones, yeah, you need to throw the hammer down, and the people that are disrespectful, people that give my codes inspectors a hard time when they come out there. But I really, really will advocate always for leniency, especially with regular citizens who aren't doing the wild parties or doing the McMansions and all the crazy stuff we hear about in other districts. I don't have those issues that they have. And I feel they're being punished because someone did a wild party in one district or someone had a inappropriate doll in the window in another area. Those are bad, But don't punish them, because they're STRPs. To me, it feels like, and it may not be true, and I tell my wife all the time, just because I feel this way doesn't mean it's necessarily true. It's just how I feel. When I look at my constituents, when they come in front of this board, they're not here they see STRP, and some neighbors, as soon as they hear STRP, they think wild party and all this kind of bad stuff, but it's kind of like sometimes when they see a large black man in the alleyway and they call the cops, when it's just me cleaning the alleyway or me walking my dog, taking a shortcut, because, as a council person, you got to check on things in your neighborhood when you're walking your dog. And then it's like, oh, I see large black man. Oh, breaking into my house, or he's up to something, And when I see STRPs out here, some of the neighbors, all you hear is all are bad. There's not any good owners here, and I feel that way, And I feel that my constituents are victims of a witch hunt from a certain small segment that's very loud, very vocal, and it's organized. And I don't want to see them punished anymore.
Well, I think, speaking for myself, I accept that in the spirit that it's offered, and I tend to agree. I haven't seen any breakdowns of the number of cases, but it feels like a large percentage of the cases we hear, STRP cases, we hear are what I like to call self-reporting cases, where people have come in to apply, and like it's the advertisement. Is what got them.
Yeah, so an advertisement triggers a violation of a year. So under the bill that is in front of you all, if it passes the way it's written, the person that accidentally or purposely posts an ad before they have a permit will receive a year suspension, just like the wild party. And that we won't be able to kind of look at those two cases and decide, you just posted an ad and never rented, and you're going to get a year punishment, and the person that had a wild party that disrupted your neighborhood.
And I think I think there is a lot of conflation among the public between the party houses and all STRPs. Frankly, we don't hear hardly any cases that have to do with disruptive neighbors unless it's a place that had disruptive parties and they also didn't have a permit. I mean, it's very rare, and we've been criticized for not taking action, and frankly, action hasn't been brought to us,
So
to
wait,
date.
so wait a minute. So the majority, and forgive me, but the majority of your cases are not. In the council, we hear the worst of the worst. They bring pictures of craziness. They bring reports of people doing not nice activities on lawns, and just stuff. And I'm here thinking that that Alma, we all love you. I'm like, they're mad at Alma. I mean, but that's why I was looking at this. Then I'm realizing, well, wait a second.
Mr. Harper, on behalf of staff, for the benefit of both the councilman's comments and the board's concerns, more than 90% of the cases that come to the board have to do with operation before obtaining a permit. That is because when we have violations for what you might generally describe as bad actors, that is cited and sent to the environmental court. This body is not the body that hears those cases unless it is an instance where there have been 3 such instances within a year, such that rises to the level of revocation. A revocation can be appealed at this body. The denial of a permit is appealed to this body, but with an absolute shiny one exception, no question of an individual violation has ever been appealed to this body. That's why it doesn't come here. That's why it won't come here. That's why the current proposed changes in legislation still won't bring those items here. You're just going to hear questions about the permit itself for the most part.
And I think because of the signage that has to go out, we tend to get a lot of folks and neighbors that come that don't like STRPs. The overwhelming majority of our cases are exactly like you described, that you are asking for leniency, which is why we have, in most of those cases, provided leniency. And this is just FYI, this isn't related to, we're having a conversation, but I think that because we're on Channel 3 and because we have signage and because neighbors are upset about the issue in general, they come and basically complain a lot to us about things that frankly don't have anything to do with the case at hand, although it's very important and has everything to do with how they live in their houses. Totally get that. But to come and say, like on one of your cases, if somebody says, well, I just don't want it in my neighborhood, but yet the person wasn't loud, they didn't do anything wrong, so it's a whole different issue. So we're kind of stuck in this whole Nashville experience of how to deal with STRPs. And, I look at STRPs and sidewalks as, we're kind of the laboratory. We'll tell you, the council writes legislation, and then you can look and see who's asking for exceptions and why to know where the need is for either changing the legislation or correcting it or giving us more clarity on what exactly you want us to do. We're at case 390 something already that we'll have today. And when I joined this board 6 years ago, the most we ever had was 130. And so that just tells you how busy that we've been. And that's not a joke, right? I mean, it was about
John Michael, what's the kind of census of the last few years of these board cases?
My best recollection from 2011 to 2015, the average was right around 125 cases per year. Last year in 2016, it jumped to a little over 190, which is a significant increase, as you know. As you're seeing on today's docket, we will hear case number 390 for the calendar year, and we have already taken approximately 50 or 60 more appeals for our upcoming meetings.
So that's just, so you can see how, if you've got 10 or 12 STRPs and one should have gotten 8 months and it gets 6 and somebody's upset about it, you can kind of see how, well, maybe that's just part of the burden of the overall docket, too.
If I could jump in, thank you for being here and listening to us. And I want to get back to your point about the leniency and how your constituents are just trying to make some extra money to supplement their income. We had several of those cases early on, and that's the reason we asked for leniency from the 1-year penalty to assess a lesser penalty. Because we had very sad cases here, people who were penalized greatly for just renting out a room in their home. We had people saying manna from heaven came down and I was able to rent out a room in my home to help myself keep my mortgage. And so that's why we've asked for that leniency, and I think I can speak on behalf of everyone here that we would appreciate continuing to have that leniency. And anything any of the council people can do to help us keep that leniency sure would be appreciated. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I echo that, Christina.
So,
Go ahead.
anything else, Councilman?
Yes, sir. Case number 367.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm here about 367.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're not calling it. He's just giving you his opinion. So,
Yeah, council members have a right to speak at
Yes.
the beginning of the meeting, so that they're giving their take on it, and you'll have your
we will
turn.
call your case on the regular part of the, so 367, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in support of this project. 805 Cherokee Avenue. It's already zoned RM20. They're asking for variances. I'm in support of the variances. Down the road, further down, there is a similar, more units on a larger piece. On this street, it has some of my most affordable housing. Had a 3-bedroom, 2-bath sold for $250. Now that may seem to be a lot of money, but compared to the 300s and the 400s that are going in my neighborhood, $250 is a godsend right now. And because Cherokee is an industrial street, it still has a lot of large trucks go up and down it all the time. And we also have like kind of a record yard there. So it may not be the most attractive street. That's also why they're able to sell more affordable. But there's no factories or paper mills on that street. So it's just an industrial street that's transforming into some really good affordable housing. Hopefully sooner than later, some of those other large businesses that have those large trucks will be going away. I'm just looking forward to seeing that street transform. And it makes setback issues hard, so you'll see more on the street because you'll have a IWD next to RM20, next to a CL lot, which there's got to be certain buffers for certain reasons. And, but then it makes the property harder to park because you got to have required parking spaces. So if you can grant some leniency for this case and allow the builder to have a variance, greatly appreciate it. And I thank you for your time.
Any other questions of Councilman?
Thank you.
No, I would just like to say thank you, and I hope I didn't put you on the spot there. You sort of drew the short straw and there. So,
Well,
thank
there
you for
were
addressing it.
generic comments that were made, not to you and your district, but the issues that we see, just so that others on Channel 3 and the audience may know. But you're always very active, and you always come to speak for the things that are in your district, and that's really appreciated. It really is.
And I don't agree. It's 10 miles over the speed limit. It should not get the same punishment as a drunk driver.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great holiday.
Yes. John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, as you'll recall from our last Board of Zoning Appeals meeting on December the 7th, 2017, we had one case, specifically case 2017-304, involving the property at 4708 Langston in Council District number 26, that did not achieve an order from the board. Basically, no motion succeeded in obtaining 4 affirmative votes. Since that time, we have had the opportunity for one of our board members who is absent to get a chance to review that proceeding. So I'll ask Mr. Harper, since that December 7 meeting, have you had the opportunity to review the entire record for case number 304?
I have, and I did.
Okay, and have you also reviewed the case file itself, of course?
Yes.
Very well. Are you prepared to participate in a vote on a new motion regarding that case today?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, with that, we always set a new motion, since it is a clean take and much cleaner for the benefit of our record, with regard to the variance request for a variance from height restrictions on fence, specifically an increase from the 8 feet allowed to 10 feet for a privacy fence at the subject property in case number 304.
Okay, is there a motion?
I think I made the motion last time to allow the applicant to erect the fence at 10 feet high from the back of the property line to the parallel to the front of the home, and with the exception that you can't build any fence from the home to the street. And that's my recollection of the motion I made last time.
I thought it was 10 feet from the front of his home to the line, basically to the back line of his.
I'm better
parking
at
lot.
drawing.
So, there was a
Here's
point.
the
there was a
architect.
I think there was a point in his
Yeah.
yard where an 8-foot fence, just by the code fence was perfectly.
No, I thought, my recollection, I didn't watch it again because I didn't know we'd have to make a new motion, but my recollection is you would go from the back property line to the edge of the home at 10 feet high and then not have a fence between the edge of the home and the road, because I think that's what the neighbors were objecting to, a fence being so close to the road, and I thought that was a good compromise, and so that's going to be my motion today.
Okay.
And do you guys want to?
Motion has been made. Is there
I
a
will
second to the motion?
I will second her motion.
Okay, motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Opposed? Motion fails. Is there a new motion? We need another motion.
I think I made the other motion last time, which was a motion to deny the variance request.
Okay, motion to deny has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? 4-3. Motion passes. John Michael.
Variance is denied. That'll bring us to the first case on today's docket, Mr. Chairman, which is case number 2017-312 from Council District number 20. Thomas Brett is the appellant on behalf of 552 Westboro, LLC, the owner of the property located at 1108A 57th Avenue North in the Nation's neighborhood. The request is for a variance from sidewalk requirements in the R6 zoning district. The zoning map shown here laying out the residential area on 57th. Is Mr. Brett present on behalf of the appeal today? Is anyone else present on behalf of case number 312 today? There is no appellant, there is no owner of the property at this time, Mr. Chairman. With respectful suggestion, the staff would suggest I could use time at the break to go back to the office, see if we have any late-breaking correspondence from the appellant. Otherwise, this is a matter that's been set previously, so we can give that information to the board and allow them to determine whether or not this is appropriate to deny, given the multiple sittings.
This is the second time we have someone here and opposed to this case. Board members, what do you want?
I mean, I think if it's been on there a couple times, and at some point you've got to show up, and we've got a recommendation from council no, and planning's no, and they can choose to pay into the fund, but
And they can also reapply.
and they can
Yep. Okay. So with that,
Let's hear from
our lawyer.
The BZA rules say that if an applicant fails to appear, the application shall be dismissed for lack of prosecution. So as Mr. Harper said, if they choose to reapply later, they could do so, but.
And they'd have to pay again and send out notices, red sign, all that.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion? For what?
To dismiss, right?
Okay.
To dismiss. To dismiss.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion's been made to dismiss, properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to dismiss signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. So this is dismissed. As you heard, they could reapply again, but you'll get notice. You'll see the red signs. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time.
May I make one short statement? That is it.
Come. Identify yourself. Press the red button.
Thank you for this opportunity.
And
My name is Timothy Brown. I'm a member of the Nation's Neighborhood Association. I live at 5303A Kentucky Avenue. The Neighborhood Association would oppose, in general, any sidewalk variance where the builder or the appellant has the opportunity to pay into the in lieu of fund. And if they cannot pay into the in lieu of fund, then we would like to hear from them and discuss their issue, and then could come and support them. But this does not appear to be a case.
Okay, so like Council Lady Murphy, all sidewalk requests like this, you're against. Okay, very good. John Michael.
The next case to be presented to the board is 2017-327 involving the property at 446 37th Avenue North in Council District number 24. Steve Hatcher is the appellant, Mr. Rajesh Nair, the owner of the property. The request is for a variance from sidewalk sidewalk requirements in the R6 zoning district shown here. Board members will recognize this numbered street as it ends just below I-40, the elevated property shown here in the aerial photography from the assessor's office. Its single-family residence is the subject of construction. The sidewalk variance request comes to the board with a request specifically not to construct the sidewalk or to pay into the sidewalk fund. The site plan submitted shows a proposed layout for the subject property. And from my recent site visit, the view up and down the street demonstrating that there are no sidewalks at present. Is Mr. Hatcher present? And the appellant's here very well. The team is present to make the presentation to the board. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 327? Seeing none, gentlemen, you'll have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation to the board. Please introduce yourself by name and address.
Yes, I'm Steve Hatcher. I'm with the Olympus Development Group that's developing the property.
And my name's Barry Cleveland, 95 White Bridge Road in Nashville.
Okay.
And
why are you here seeking this variance?
well, there's a couple of different instances. Number one is that back in April, May of this year, I had received a call from the owner of the property who had acquired the property at that point in time. And so we were talking about various issues evolving around the property. One is access. What this depiction here doesn't show is that there was a right-of-way take by the TDOT. So anyway, so it reduces the size of the front lot line there. So he's actually got a 13-foot wide lot line that faces the right-of-way there.
Does that keep you from building a sidewalk?
No, sir. So
we're here today to talk about the sidewalk.
So during our discussions with the owners previously, I had called the Public Works Department about the improvements to the road and to make it accessible to that property. And so during those conversations, Public Works had told us to, use a street metro standard 40-foot right-of-way without sidewalks during that time. So we proceeded, designed the street extension for that, and then the owners submitted the plans, which was unfortunately after the July 1st timeline for the new sidewalks. And so Public Works had sent them back to them saying, okay, you need, the profile now needs to include sidewalks. So the improvement to that road would be a 30-foot extension, which would be inclusive of the lot shown there, plus the one next to them, and then a portion of the third lot from that as well. So the street basically stops right there at the parcel, 2 parcels up from them. So
getting back to our original question, why don't you want to build sidewalks here or pay into the in lieu fund?
Well, because Public Works said, one, you've got to put sidewalks in for the street improvement.
That you have to, or does someone have to?
Well, the owner of the property would have to.
So they're asking you to put in more than the frontage of your own property?
Absolutely, yeah.
We can't read this drawing. It didn't come to us very legibly.
Which one is that?
It shows I think what the TDOT easement is.
Okay.
Do you have something else you can give us that shows us?
Unfortunately, I do not at this point in time.
Can you draw on this one?
Yeah, you can.
And I just wanted to be clear, you said that you now have a 13-foot frontage.
Can you give us some, after you see this, I really want to understand that. So I just thought I heard that the city is requiring you to put in more sidewalks than on property that you own? And how's that even possible? If you don't own the property and it's not what you're talking about, city can't make me put a sidewalk in my neighbor's yard. Why are they making y'all do that?
as part of the street extension, which starts 3 lots up to that lot, because currently the road conditions there, the Public Works basically said they weren't going to be improving that road down to the lot, even though it is a street. And so basically they're putting the onus on the owners to extend that street down to that end of that right-of-way there. And then part of that project would be to put in the sidewalks alongside of that street.
But that's the street extension project, not the sidewalk for this home, right?
Well, that would be both inclusive of.
But I guess if you're going to have to do that anyway, if you're going to have to extend the street, and as part of extending the street now, you have to put in a sidewalk, are you not going to have a sidewalk anyway on this property?
Well, no. That's why we're here now, is to seek a variance from the sidewalk.
Am I wrong? Don't we just give a variance for the lot in question? If there's a requirement to extend the street 2 lots below you all,
We don't have anything
you're still
to
going
do
to have
with
a
the
sidewalk for them if that's part of the street requirement. This is the first I've ever heard of this kind of situation, so y'all help.
Right, it certainly is us too as well.
Well,
Just show us what is Metro asking you to do, just so we understand. It's hard verbally to understand.
well, I think one of the things that's probably maybe hard to see there is that it's not really shown on this drawing, because this is where our lot is. It's 50, 60 feet past where the road stops, and when we got to extend the road extension, there's just a 40-foot wide right-of-way, and in order to put this, now go add the sidewalks to it, you need 50 feet. And so which then would make then the sidewalks and those easements over into 4 different pieces of property. And we don't own those properties. That's part of the problem, right?
Yes, sir. That's part of the problem, is we don't have access or control of those properties. So,
And I also just wanted to clarify. Earlier, you said this particular parcel has, because of the right-of-way, I guess, for the interstate.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You actually have a 13-foot exposure to the street, which is where, if all things were equal and there was nothing else going on, that's where you would be building the sidewalk.
Exactly. Right.
And you have a 12-foot curb cut. So really, for this property, I just want to make sure I understand this.
Right.
We're talking about really 13 feet of sidewalk, 12 of which will be a driveway.
Right.
So I guess the question is, why are you? Are you allowed to pay into the in lieu fee?
Yes.
Why would
Yes.
you? It sounds. Huh?
They don't want to.
But I guess what I'm,
the marginal concrete is so small, it seems like, I don't know.
well, I think there's at least 2 issues here. If we were just talking about this parcel, they would build the curb cut and presumably 1 foot of sidewalk, or they would ask for variance, or they would do a 13-foot curb cut or something. But it sounds like you're asking for a variance on the road extension portion of this, which I think that's what you're asking.
You're right, yeah.
And I don't think that we have jurisdiction over that.
Yeah, the only thing.
I can see how it can keep you from getting a permit because it can be held up somewhere, but I don't think we're the relief for that particular portion of the project.
All we're being asked for is a sidewalk variance on the plot of land that you all are wanting to build a house on.
And in planning's recommendation to disapprove, they say staff finds no unique conditions for this property. Basically, the applicant is eligible paying the in.
Well, and I'm saying the sidewalk, for all practical purposes, on this piece of property, the sidewalk argument is moot because there's no sidewalk. It's
right.
12 out of 13 feet is already going to be driveway. You see, so there's really, pay $178 or we vote to not let them have 1 foot of sidewalk on their property. It's almost.
Is that what we're really arguing about?
I really think that's what it comes down to.
Is the I'm sort of confused about the in lieu of fee would be times the 13 feet plus the other 50 feet, or we just have to pay the
Well, I'm
lieu fee
sure
of the 13 feet?
You got to work the driveway into the calculation. I mean, if the driveway weren't there, then it would be 13 feet, but since there's a driveway, it's 1 foot. But all that aside, I think the crux of what you're asking for is relief on the other that I don't see how we have any jurisdiction. I mean, we can say, yeah, you get a variance, but I don't think it would hold up anywhere.
But why wouldn't we have jurisdiction if it's something that Metro is requiring them to do? Then, unless they've misunderstood that.
That's the question for our legal counsel, but I don't see how we can.
We got some advice.
I did not actually hear the conversation y'all were just having, but I assume it's what Mr. Harper was questioning earlier, whether or not y'all had jurisdiction to hear this particular case. The sidewalk bill, and pardon me, I'm reading it from my phone because I don't have the hard copy with me, but it says the provisions of this subsection apply to all property frontage. So I think in a variance request for this provision would presumably be for the property frontage. So I think that y'all are correct that y'all can grant a variance, or y'all would consider something for a property frontage. But beyond that, I think it's probably outside the scope of this particular board.
That's interesting. So Metro is asking them, though, to build sidewalks on other properties.
But that's a different department. That's not That's not codes, and that's not this board.
So they can appeal somewhere else?
I don't know. I don't know what that appeals process looks like, but I know that that's a different department, so that would need to be dealt with by and with that department.
Okay, so are you guys following all this?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's kind of confusing because it was okay up until July 1st when the ordinance went into effect. Then all of a sudden, hey, you've got to build sidewalks now. So to me, sidewalks are sidewalks, and
Well,
anyway, I understand where y'all are coming from.
On June 29th, we had no sidewalks on our agenda, and today we've got probably 12. So that's just, I mean, and that's the nature of a new piece of legislation coming.
Yeah, if it was paying $13 in lieu of, or 13 feet in lieu of, we would have paid it and we wouldn't be here. But for, that amount of sidewalks on both sides of the street for a street extension, that's quite a bit more than just your 13 feet. So.
I don't want to get into discussion, but if I'm hearing what you're saying right, if we take no action, they can go back and decide to pay their in lieu fee, and it's up to them in Public Works on that 13 feet to discuss, do we owe 1 foot or 13 feet or whatever.
I think that's correct.
I mean, or I guess we could take action and give them a variance.
Well, I don't think you can give them a variance on the street extension part.
No, I'm saying I'm talking about
correct. You could grant him a variance for to the extent that it's on his frontage.
We can grant a variance or require them to pay into the in lieu fee limited to their frontage, right?
Correct. That's based on my reading of the
That's what this case comes down to. So,
that's what I think.
Are
we saying that right?
Yes. So anything else to add? Because we've now kind of narrowed our scope to what we're able to do and what we're not to do.
Right.
Do you have anything else to add?
No, not at this time.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Discussion, board members. So after that rounded on, it comes down to what we're able to do as the frontage related to this piece of property.
Well, I guess they are eligible to pay the in lieu fee, so I guess that's why I don't.
And they said they would if it were just.
Well, right, but I guess action.
They don't want to pay it in the other part, but that we don't have anything to do with it.
I guess anyway, I know what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to basically say our interpretation of the law says it applies to your frontage, and so you should only pay for your frontage. But it seems like I don't understand the variance where you're eligible to pay the in lieu fee. If you give a variance and on the condition they pay the in lieu fee, that's basically
I'm not suggesting that we do that. It sounded to me like they were saying we're willing to pay it. I mean, if we want to take action, we can just deny the appeal. It would be the same as them withdrawing their appeal, and they would then, I personally think they don't have to even pay 13 feet because they're building 12 feet of driveway, which would be there whether a sidewalk was there or not. But that's a whole nother.
I mean, it sounds to me that this is a case that, based on the information from our Metro Legal Counsel, which may be new information to the applicant, that talks about the in lieu fee being just for the frontage, that this is one to defer a month, have them go deal with the system, and if there are problems, they come back and say, hey, I don't have the remedy I need. I mean, I don't want them to feel like you have the, or get the runaround.
Let's ask it, is a deferral, because this still is confusing. I mean, can you,
Yeah,
would that be helpful to you?
We would be very appreciative of that.
Okay.
And then
So
we can go talk
one
to
meeting a
Metro.
month, I mean, a month, is that good to
Yes.
hopefully get some closure or
That'll be fine.
clarification? Okay, so, thank you. Motion.
I'll move that we defer this case 1 month for the applicant to have more time to kind of work through the system.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral 1 month signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Good luck. Yeah, and this sounds like there's a lot of agencies. And hopefully when you come back here, you'll have some clarification on this,
Yeah.
too.
Thank
Okay?
you. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Chairman, that will be set for the docket of January the 18th of 2018 at or near the top of that docket. We'll call the next case, number 2017.
Break.
Very well. Mr. Chairman, cases 356 and 357 involve 2 units on a duplex property at 5207 Indiana in Council District Number 20. The A and B units actually photographed together, include the same collection of information, and therefore I would recommend to the board that we take one presentation then as well from not only staff but from the appellants, who are the same ownership group, and have same representation from council, of course, and then just solicit separate votes by the board at the conclusion of the hearings. With that, 5207 Indiana, shown here on the zoning map, this is Unit B on that particular map, in the R6 zoning district. This is the old iteration of the property before the demolition and subsequent construction of the horizontal property regime, 2 single-family units there. The request, of course, is for a side setback variance. Unit A and Unit B have slightly different requests, which will be explained very capably by counsel for the appellants. From my recent site visit, this is a view of the property from the street. As you'll notice, the unit on the left is one that has a side setback request on the interior between these 2 houses, as does the other unit to the right, the lighter colored unit. Both have slight side setback requests to the interior. A little detail for the house on the left. There's also a side setback variance request with regard to the bump outs that you see kind of detailed in this photograph. And in the next photograph, there is no such bump out, at least not anymore, on the unit to the right that would necessitate the setback variance request. So, on the unit for the left, side setback variance request for both sides. Unit on the right, side setback variance on the interior or left side.
And John, do you know what the setback requirement is and what they're actually asking?
I do, and I do.
And can you clarify, too, which one is 356 and which one is 357?
Neither is 356. Hold on.
Yeah, the gray house has a big A on the door, I think.
Said the gray house has a big A on the door.
And Ms. Carpenick, with regard to the AB question as to the filing, Unit A is case number 357, Unit B is case number 356. However, don't let that confuse you, as the units are marked clearly in our photographs, and I know that counsel for the appellants will be able to explain which is which, the footages in terms of what the requirement is and what they're seeking today. Mr. Adam Lefevre represents the appellants. Counselor, please introduce yourself by name and address and make the desired presentation.
Good evening, members of the board. Good afternoon. Adam Lefevre on behalf of the applicant. My personal address will soon be 1702 Sweetbriar, but I'm here obviously on Indiana. This is the first case on this issue of what I fear is many that you guys will be hearing. This is the issue that's been in the news about the nations and the setback issues and perhaps the failure of an inspector to catch some certain issues. The setback requirements here are 3 feet. What the applicant is asking for on the left side is a exception, I think it's about 14 inches of a bump out, about 9 feet long. So I don't know the exact square footage requirements, but very small.
We can see of building A, but we just can't see, it's either, okay, there it is.
Sorry,
Okay,
that's the
thank
bump out on A. The bump out on the opposite side on B has now been removed.
And that, the setback on that property between property lines is only 3 feet?
3 feet to the property line, correct. And that's where the issue comes in with what is 3 feet. Contrary to what I've seen on the news, these homes aren't being constructed where the entire structure is within the setback. It's just these bump out issues, which I like to refer to as almost bay windows. The majority of the structure is within the setback requirements, and just
So
the
one side, you took the whole thing off,
one side took the whole thing off.
and
yes.
the other you're asking us to keep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So as the board is aware, the board has the statutory authority to grant a setback exception for extraordinary and exceptional situations. Here, by the sheer volume and mass of these houses, again, we know of 85 right now. Quite sure it's going to be over 100 once it's all said and done that run into this issue. We're asking for the variance based on the exceptional and extraordinary circumstances. These are the tall skinnies, love them or hate them, they're here. My understanding is that architects originally drew this type of model of a house with these bump outs to increase curb appeal so you didn't have a long straight shot going from the front to the back. The bump outs allow added fenestration and some aspects to the house that give it a little bit more appeal. As you see from the size of the bump out, it's not about really adding a massive square footage here. It's more of the appearance of it. The subject properties here passed their original foundation inspections. As you see, they passed framing inspections. They are very close to completion when the stop work order was placed on them. For another issue, which has now been resolved, the bump out on the house on the right, which I believe is B, has been removed, so that's no longer encroaching, not asking for any variance there. All of the completed new construction on this street contains these bump outs. It's not a property that is exceptional in any way. It's not asking for something that other properties in the area don't have already.
And was your client involved in those homes too?
This is the only development with bump outs in this area that my client has constructed. But I think I've been advised that all of the new construction houses that are complete on this street in this block contain these bump outs.
So the differences between this and others is this isn't finished yet, so you're able to kind of...
This is not finished yet, yes. And the side that was removed, the bump out that was removed, was basically a void space. It could easily be removed. All the structural components are in the other side. So removing that would require those components to be moved elsewhere, probably back in the house, and be a reallocation of space. The issue that was addressed in some of the articles, which is a primary concern with these bump outs, are fire safety issues. Setbacks are there for mainly 2 reasons. 1, aesthetics, and 2, safety precautions. I believe the fire code has anything that's smaller than 6 feet apart has to be fire rated and fire approved. Here, the original plan was already approved for fire rating. So these walls, upon completion, will be approved by codes by a fire inspection. The main issue arrives, and it's not the subject matter here, is all the other houses that have been built over the last 3 or 4 years that do contain these bump outs that are not fire rated. That's an issue codes, planning and zoning will have to deal with in the future. But here, safety codes will approve the structures as built, so we're just asking for the small variances for those bump outs.
I'd like to ask our zoning administrator, since safety was kind of brought up, kind of what our role in the process is, and if you have anything else to add of how we got here and what's next.
I think everything that Mr. LaFever said is accurate. The only thing that we're here on today is they're requesting a side setback variance. There's a whole other component to this, and that's the building code component, which addresses the fire code and life safety issues.
And who does that?
That's all done through the codes department, but it's not the zoning division. Now, the codes department will look at every single structure that we're aware of that has an intrusion into the setback to make sure that at the end of the day, every one of them is safe. There are remedies under the building codes that can create the appropriate separation requirements with minimal effort. But those will have to be looked at on a property-by-property basis, and they will be. And each one of them will be inspected to make sure that they're fully code compliant from the building code standpoint. So they will all be addressed according to the building codes. But we're here today only on one issue, and that is the setback.
Okay, very good. Any questions of Mr. Herbert on this? Thank you. Continue, Mr. LaFever.
Any questions from the board on these properties?
Okay.
Can you repeat again your hardship?
The hardship would be granted under your extraordinary and exceptional statutory authority here, in that you have at least 85 to 100 houses, and the sheer mass and volume itself creates a hardship.
The Herbert catch-all clause, in other words.
13.7.109.
Any other questions? Anything else to add? Mr. Hall?
Well, no, I mean, I understand trying to separate the issues of safety and that type of thing, but and I know that they are, I mean, they're separate in terms of how you address them, but they're connected in terms of how how I think about it, because, and I guess that one of the conditions, if there's a variance, is that it fully satisfies the codes department on safety concerns.
So we will address each one of those individually. Every one that we're made aware of, we'll go in, we will inspect, we will contact the builders. The builders will fix the problem. We'll ascertain that the fix is code compliant, and they will be under the building codes. They will be made to be safe and code compliant, irrespective of whether or not there's an intrusion to the setback or not.
Okay.
And our lawyer has something to add?
Well, he said it basically, but just to follow up on that, so y'all are considering the variance for the setback. Any fire and safety issues would be considered, again, by codes separate from this, potentially by a separate board.
So I think the kind of comparison is we often get cases where people talk about runoff and things like that, and there's stormwater that has to sign off on something before it's totally fine. So there's another group that really is looking at it from a fire and safety separate from us.
And if y'all grant the setback variance today, that does not excuse them from any fire and safety code compliance that they have to meet. So
every last one of these
this is just
cases,
one step towards bringing them into compliance if y'all grant that variance.
And I guess what and it just as for my comfort level on the safety piece, and I trust the codes folks to do it. I don't know, so I just am asking. But I know if it's a duplex that touches, there's a certain hour firewall, that kind of thing, and so once you become closer than 3 feet, apart, or I guess in this case, this is less than 3, that's less than 3, so it's less than 6 total. I mean, is that the same? That's the same type of thing. Then they start requiring a stronger firewall on those elements that are close. Is that how they?
Yes. So they will, from the building code standpoint, will have to achieve a 1 hour separation. And you can achieve that separation in a variety of ways. You can essentially stack, if you will, the materials that are used in that construction. One material may, in and of itself, have a 15-minute rating. Another one may have a 20-minute rating. And when you put those materials together, you can do so to achieve the 1-hour rating. So for each one of these, they may very well be building code compliant, but we won't know until we go there and look, see what materials were used, and see if they meet the rating requirements. To the extent that there's glass in there, you can take out the existing glass and put in 1-hour rated glass in its place. So every one of these has fixes under the building code, and it's not a foregone conclusion that anybody's going to have to take anything down at all.
Okay, perfect. No, that's good.
I'm still not clear on and you may have said it, the actual distance that was encroached in each condition?
It's approximately an 18-inch deep by 12-foot long bump out.
Right, but how close? I mean, they're.
So that's 18 inches into the 3-foot setback, so halfway in, I think.
And the two properties are, this is a horizontal property regime, is that what, or are they separate lots? I mean, I guess.
I believe they're reestablished underlying lots.
Any other questions for the applicant? Anything else to add?
Nothing.
We're going to close the public hearing. Oh, we have.
Mr. Chairman, check for opposition, please.
We have opposition. Okay. Well, come forward. Yes. You will have 15 minutes cumulative. You don't have to take it all. And please identify yourself for the record. Mr. Lefevre, you'll have 8 minutes and 51 seconds for rebuttal. Please state your name, your address, and why you're in opposition to this.
Yes. Hello. My name is Janelle Lacey. I live at 5209A Indiana Avenue. You can see my home in that picture right there with the maroon shutters. I am here today opposing this, and I was the one who brought it to the attention of Metro Codes, because what was said today is not true. The houses on our street are not being built like this. In fact, my dad is a home builder, and we are taking advantage of this real estate wave in the neighborhood. We're constructing our own house on what was our driveway and side yard, which is an underlying third lot on our property. And we do not have bump outs on our property, and neither do the two properties that were built on the other side of our property under construction. We brought this to the attention of these developers shortly after framing was complete, because we're aware of building codes, and we walked out of our back patio one day and realized they had basically constructed the framing for their kitchen in our backyard. We immediately made them aware, and we made the Metro Codes an inspector overseeing this property aware, and they had the opportunity to correct this before they got further along in the building process, but they chose not to. So in my opinion, this is a completely self-induced hardship. And they chose to go forward with construction, as you may have read in the Tennessean. The reason why the stop work order was not issued sooner than it was is because it's come to light that there was one inspector who was letting these things repeatedly slide in the neighborhood. And I was contacted by a land use consultant for this builder, and I was told that the reason why they feel like they should be able to go forward with these properties is because they have used this exact floor plan in at least 4 other homes in the neighborhood. And in my opinion, that's like saying, well, police officer, I'm sorry, I just ran 3 other red lights and didn't get stopped, so why are you giving me a ticket? I mean, just because they got away with this previously does not mean that they should get away with it now. And I am concerned about the fire hazard that it creates. I understand that there are measures that could be put in place to create that fire safety, but I think you may understand why I have a lack of reassurance in that regard, because of the fact that Metro Codes let this slide to begin with. I don't know how I feel reassured that the proper fire safety is going to be put in place going forward. I know from looking at the material that they've left strewn all over the property that the drywall that's there in place is not thick enough from a fire safety perspective. So I would ask you to deny this request. The reason why the bump out closest to my property was removed and is not part of today's variance request is because they know that I'm opposed to it, and I think they were hoping that I wouldn't show up here today if they removed that property. But I'm not placated by that. I think that they should be.
So you're opposed to the other one too?
I'm opposed to all of them because I think they should have to play by the same rules as everybody else. I think they should build structures that are safe for our neighborhood and don't create a fire hazard for our neighborhood and for my home and for our neighbors' homes. And they had the opportunity to prevent this. This is a self-induced hardship.
Okay.
Timothy Brown, 5303A Kentucky Avenue. I'm an active member in the Nation's Neighborhood Association, and it's what we call Planning and Zoning Committee, where we review zoning requests, variance requests, as well as try to meet with developers. As a general policy, the Neighborhood Association opposes any variances to the side setback rules when there's non-self-induced. This is self-induced, so we oppose this variance. In this case specifically, but also the other 85 or more houses in the nations are being reviewed on a case-by-case basis. These are somewhat different in that these are not complete. They don't have an occupancy permit yet. The cases where the bump outs are now built and occupied will have to be addressed by codes and Metro on a case-by-case basis. In addition, in this case, if you bring up the picture of House A, the blue house, along its side to show its setback, on that particular side, it sticks out 18 inches. The little white house to the left of that, if they were to sell that lot and build 2 new tall, skinny houses, I happen to live in a tall, skinny house. It's a very nice house without bump outs. They would still have less than the 6 feet between their property, and so what would be there after the fact, what would they have to do in their house where they were legally within their 3-foot setback without a bump out, and yet their next door neighbor has an existing bump out. So the question on A is whether the bump out on the left side should be allowed or not. Anyway, in general, we oppose any variances to the side setback requirements when it's non-self-induced. This is self-induced.
And I did send out a petition to my neighbors on Nextdoor, and I'm happy to provide a copy of these if this would be helpful.
Yes, we would like that. We can make it part of the record.
Sure.
And I have so in your opinion, and we haven't heard this, this is the first one that we've heard, but in your opinion, are the other 85 self-induced also?
We believe that they are. Again, as this is all secondhand information, that the code inspector who would have been responsible for noting these side setback bump outs never did his job properly, as I understand it. I don't want to cast aspersions, but he saw the foundation and saw that it met the side setback requirements, but never came back after the framing was done. And in each of those cases, there's no way to know whether those houses meet the fire requirements of code, so they need to be handled on a case-by-case basis. In a case here where it's still not completed construction, the builders have an opportunity to correct those flaws for the side setback variance in advance. But we pose side setback variances mostly from the safety issue, but also from the standpoint of there's no reason for them to not know the code and not build to the code.
And then the case of these 2 homes, the plans that were submitted for their building permits did not reflect cantilevers that would have encroached on the side setback requirements as the builders would have been required to do. So what they built was not what they received a permit to build.
So I want to hear from both of you all. You talked about things that needed to be fixed. So what should the builder have to do in this case?
I think he should remove the bump outs. He proved that he's able to remove them by removing the one closest to my property. They said here today that it doesn't affect the square footage in a major way. It's only for aesthetics from the street. So if it doesn't affect the floor plan, I think they should remove them and be in compliance. And I think it's going to, it's going to send a signal to the rest of the neighborhood about how the other 85 are going to go. And what you have in your hand is the petition we sent out to the neighbors. I sent out to the neighbors. Is asking this board to enforce existing setback requirements. Almost 100 neighbors signed.
Was this sent out through email? I notice we don't have signatures. We just have people's names.
It was a Google form, and so they put their name and their address, and 19 of them live on Indiana alone.
Questions of the applicant or the opposition?
Well, I want to make sure I understand that the opposition today is strictly as to these 2 units. I mean, you understand, and our zoning administrator said today that we are going to have to deal with a cluster of homes where this has occurred.
Yes, and our opposition today is specifically for these two cases where we believe that this is a self-induced hardship, that the builder did not follow codes appropriately, and they should not be given relief because he wasn't following the rules. It's an after the fact, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, and he did not ask permission in advance. So.
And I appreciate that, and I think I know myself, I mean, we don't like it when that's a situation where people come in with their own ideas and then want permission to do something that turns out to be not appropriate. But as I understood it, this builder, this is the only properties that he has here. This is not as if this same builder built all these other properties knowing that there was a problem and then tried to construct these two. Is that right?
Okay.
I was told through email by someone who identified as a land use consultant for this builder that they have used this floor plan in other parts of the neighborhood and were not flagged. But the codes inspector the codes inspector involved in all these homes has a reputation in the building community as somebody who would let things slide. So my opinion is that
I don't think that's a fair statement to be making in a public.
Regardless of what its reputation, the fact that in the past this has gotten past the inspection process and is not on these other 85 houses has to be addressed. But in these two cases, we can have an opportunity here to address it appropriately, but the neighborhood association just opposes variances to the side setback requirements unless there's something other than a self-induced hardship, and this is a self-induced hardship. A case might be a case where the property was weirdly shaped or something like that, and they might not be able to, meet all of the side setback requirements. In those cases, we'd be happy to meet with the builder and discuss their issues and then even support them if that's what they decided to come to the board and ask for a variance. But in this case, we don't see the need for a variance. I don't think the hardship is anything other than self-induced and financial.
it also creates a maintenance challenge, especially for there are 4 bump outs between A and B, and to try to get any kind of maintenance equipment in there to fix any kind of disrepair on the siding or windows, I can't even imagine, how that would be done.
And as I mentioned, on the case of House A, right now there's no great impact to its neighbor to the left, but if that could be a potential thing in the future where if you were granted a variance on House A for the left side, that might not still be an issue once the people whose property to the left of that decided to do something with their property by right, and then might run into issues with future codes and future building permits. Excuse me.
Okay. Thank you. And so as I understand it from you, ma'am, they're certainly within the appropriate setback on your side.
They are as of a week and a half ago.
Okay. And that was at your request. I mean, you brought that to their attention and that was addressed.
Yes.
Okay. And now your complaints are general as to the neighborhood. You want these homes to be in compliance.
Yes, I think they should be.
And, could you just speak to me about the idea that we have 85 to 100 other homes? We now have these two properties, and you're using the word self-induced, which I appreciate. I'm not sure it exactly applies. We've got a situation where we have numerous other homes built just like this, and now we have these two people with their property, and they're saying they want the same situation that was allowed in those homes, rightfully or wrongfully, safety not being an issue because that's addressed by codes. I'm talking just specifically about these setback issues. You're going to have that in your neighborhood. Does it impact your neighborhood so dramatically if these two homes, in addition to those, have a similar plan?
Until the codes department, in discussions including with our council person, can come up with acceptable solutions for those 85 other people or however many multiple units like this may be affected, and it handled on a case-by-case basis. If these were just sitting there without respect to people on the other side and they were owner-occupied, then those two people could agree perhaps on coming here and asking for a variance once codes inspected and found that their bump outs met all the other safety and building requirements. But what we want to see is from Metro is and not from this board, but from the codes department, is the proposed solutions, because there can't be one cookie cutter solution for all of these other 85 cases. But they're also different in that this one is not owner-occupied, the other ones are owner-occupied. So there are different circumstances in those cases.
We have people that come here all the time in front of neighborhood associations. Sometimes they're the president, sometimes they're just on the board. Is your board taking an official position on this?
I actually have an email or a copy of the meeting minutes from the board, which would say, and I'll have them send it to you. I don't have the email myself.
Did they vote on this?
Yes, they did, and it was passed.
Okay.
They passed a resolution.
Okay. Specifically saying?
We oppose side setback variances in cases which are or except in cases which are not self.
Was this related to this case, or is it just a blanket, which you've always thought?
It was brought to our attention by this case and then the Tennessean article as well.
Okay.
So it covered all of the possible instances in the nations.
And the person that owns the White House to the left on the picture, is that person, do you know that person?
No, but
I've spoken to him.
I'll have you. Okay.
Yeah, I've spoken to him.
Did he sign your petition?
Yeah, no, he did not. He's elderly and disabled, and it was an online petition. But he has entertained selling the property. I explained to him the implications of that, and he kind of wavered back and forth. He didn't feel strongly one way or the other because he said, well, I may never sell, so it may never matter, but I may sell. So he's not sure.
But even if he
was not a no.
He was not a no.
Okay.
But I can see if he were to sell and someone else were to buy that and attempt to build something there that was essentially code compliant, except for that 18 inches that sticks out towards their house in that neighboring lot. And that's just a potential future concern. But again, in a case here, these two cases, we generally oppose the side setback variance requests.
Any other questions for the opposition?
I believe you said that the zoning administrator erred in his description earlier today. Can you describe that?
No, I was saying that the attorney who spoke today was incorrect by saying that every house on our street has these bump outs. That is far from the truth. There are a number of, obviously 85 homes at least in our neighborhood that have these, that codes has identified, but this is not the normal for Indiana Avenue. And as you head from these houses towards Morrow, I would say that probably 85% of the houses are new construction within the last few years, and I haven't counted exactly how many, but this is not the norm for all those homes.
Just to follow up with that, I live 2 blocks over on Kentucky. From 52nd Avenue to Morrow, there were 4 and then 4 more houses in that. It's essentially a 4-block stretch that had these cantilever bump outs, but all the other new construction was pretty much straight and in compliance, as I understand the code to be. So 8 out of probably 60 homes in that stretch were not compliant.
And I'll agree with the opposition on that. I drove through the neighborhood yesterday, and we've identified approximately 85 properties within that area. So I agree with you on that.
And I don't know how many, but I've read hundreds of new homes have been built in our neighborhood. So that's 85 out of how many?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you all. Happy holidays.
Do you have what?
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Yes. We're going to hear from the applicant again. Thank you for being here. Rebuttal time.
A couple clarifications. The bump out issues are only existent on 25-foot lots. They're not really an issue on a 50-foot lot. The one next door, I believe, is a 42-foot lot, so it has a 5-foot setback. That house would require a variance to build any closer than 5 feet. So you wouldn't have a situation with the house on the left where you would have one 3 feet apart or even less than 3 feet apart. And the fire issue, it's not from house to house that codes requires is to the property line. So anytime you're within the requisite distance from the property line is when codes requires things to be fire rated. It's not necessarily from wall to wall.
What caused your property to have a 3-foot setback?
These, in the nations, some even on Clayton in the Belmont Hillsborough area, some in Madison, I've learned, have these underlying lots which can be reestablished that are generally 50-foot-ish lots that sometimes have 2 underlying lots. If it's a larger lot, it can have 3, 4. Sometimes you buy one, you can reestablish 6 or 7 lots. So the 3-foot setback is only applicable to the 25-foot lots. If you have a 50-foot lot, you're at a 5-foot setback, or a 42-foot lot, you're at a 5-foot setback.
And you're saying the house to the left is a 50-foot lot?
It's a 42-foot lot, so it has a 5-foot setback.
It's not 2 25-foot lots that were, I mean, yours at one point were 2 25-foot lots that were put together into a 50-footer, had a house on it for a long time, then it came down, and now it's 2 25-foot independent lots.
Correct. My understanding was when these subdivisions were originally formed, you could pick and choose however many lots you wanted to make your, what we refer to as a lot now.
So the one that they expressed concern about has a 5-foot setback, which what you're saying alleviates some of the concern.
On the left, yes.
So just staying on that, the one on the left, which is A, I can finally see the picture clearly, and I can finally see the A. So you're saying, so there is a bump out on that one, and you're asking for a variance on that bump out, or no?
For a variance on that bump out, and I believe it goes 18 inches into the 3-foot setback.
Into the 3-foot or the 5-foot setback?
The blue house, we call it the blue house, that has an 18-inch bump out that goes 3 feet or 18 inches into the 3-foot setback, so 18 inches towards the
house B or the house on the other side?
A, the blue one.
No, but does the bump out go into house B or the?
Down the middle line, yes.
Okay,
So same thing on the middle, within the 3 feet.
Then I wasn't following what you were saying about the 5-foot setback.
So the White House has a 5-foot setback.
The house with the bicycle on the porch.
Yes.
Has a 5-foot setback.
Yeah, the non-new construction house has a 5-foot setback.
So that would be a distance of 5 feet plus 18 inches.
Correct. Maximum if they built right up to the setback line, if they tore it down.
So because that house has a 5-foot setback, there would be a 6-foot difference, which is essentially what the code requires on.
If my math is right, a 6'6" inch.
Right. So that's what you were saying. It would alleviate that, and because that house is a 42-foot lot, it doesn't have the option of a 3-foot setback unless they came to ask for variance with the hardship, and then they would know what they were getting into at that point. So the testimony is that it doesn't impinge on their ability to develop their property
unless,
to
like
the
you
setback,
said,
unless they wanted to do something different.
Right. And just to reference again, the bump out that was removed on the White House, which I believe is B, that bump out was basically a shell. There weren't any mechanical components in it. It was just empty footage. It's not the same with the other bump outs. They contain components that would have to be relocated. It wouldn't be as easy as shaving it off and putting up new boards.
And so, Mr. LaFever, you've heard from the opposition, strong opposition. And so why, just again, in your own words, should we grant this variance for you?
You have to take it as a whole. Yes, it's specific to these 2 properties, but taken as a whole, numerous, and we'll say 85, it's more than that, and it extends even past the nations. Numerous other properties enjoy these, we can almost call them implied setback variances. They were inspected, they were approved throughout numerous inspection phases, framing phases, final CO phases, all of these were issued. Here, again, the problem is so massive that it would be unfair to require these 2 houses to remediate when all the other houses enjoy the same setbacks. And again, fire codes, I understand the opposition's reluctance to rely on fire codes and approvals, but they are what they are. Nashville's adopted the national standards. Mr. Herbert's given his approval that codes will come in, individually inspect each one of these houses, these included, as well as the other ones that'll have to be remediated in some way, shape, or form.
Could you address the idea of fairness? We are often told and said ourselves that we are not a board of equity. So, although that doesn't completely exclude fairness in the larger sense, but excluding, why should we consider fairness?
I think
legally,
distinguishing legally from what you just said as equity, legally, I believe everybody deserves to be treated the same in almost all aspects, whether it be an owner, a developer, anyone. To afford other builders in the area, and just, I don't know if I clarified, this is the only property that this particular builder has done in the area with this design. This design has been used multiple other times by different builders. They kind of share houses and rebuild each other's design. So they have used somebody else's design that's been approved. They built it. It was fine for everybody else, and now it's not okay. We know that now. I think that planning will never issue another permit or never pass another inspection for something that has a intrusion into a 3-foot setback. I don't know if the ultimate goal will be on or before January 1st, 2018. Everything's grandfathered in so long as it meets fire codes. I'm not sure what the approach will be. But we're asking for the variance, I guess, subject to approval from codes.
Any other questions?
I guess I want to ask if the council member has given any opinion about this.
The council person, to my knowledge, to my knowledge, the council person was opposed to the bump out on the right, and that was the opposition. The council person said, again, I believe that she could not support it because of the neighbor's objection to the bump out on the right.
Mr. Herbert.
I spoke to the council lady this morning, and she regretted not being able to be here. She was headed out of town. But she said that at the end of the day, that her only concern was to make sure that each and every one of these was determined to be safe. It was her clear intention that the codes department look at every one of these that has been called into question and make sure that it's fully building code compliant and safe.
And when she mentioned every one of these, not just these two, all of them?
Correct. She was speaking globally for all those that we've located in her district.
Okay.
Including these.
Other questions?
And as you stated before, every situation will be looked at and, deemed to be safe or unsafe, and remedies will be taken. But does that mean also potentially every one of those would come before our zoning board and have the same type of hearing that we're hearing today?
Potentially, yes.
Anything else to add?
I do not, unless the board has further questions.
Okay. Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing. Discussion, and just to get us started off, as Mr. Herbert said, the city is well aware of this, and our board is the first stop of many other parts to make these, or make sure that they're safe, and also get them into some sort of compliance. So everyone will be looked at, and our role is just to kind of look at the setbacks, and as was said earlier by Mr. Herbert, other parts of the codes department will examine each and every one of these to make sure that they are safe, which is the most important part of this. So, discussion.
Well, I have a whole lot of confidence frankly, in the codes department and the fire marshal's office to make sure that they are safe, and maybe that's just being married to an architect, but and having seen the process multiple times, and just the other architects probably can testify too of I think the seriousness in which their jobs are taken. And so I don't agree with the comments that that would be a concern if the codes department said made requirements for its safety when it inspected, and those were there, that I'm confident that it would be safe. On the initial, I do have an issue with the general concept of hardship, but I also agree with the council that it is a truly exceptional situation. I do applaud that it was caught. I think it states with the number of buildings that are being built in our town, the fact that this was caught and is aggressively being worked on to be fixed is something that frankly should be applauded.
But let's give credit to the neighbor who is very experienced in building.
Absolutely.
And
that's
knew
not,
enough to kind of say, hey, this doesn't look right. And then after that one example was discovered, the rest of the neighborhood was looked at, and that's where it was.
Yeah, and that's not to discount the issue at all. Like I said, I do applaud the folks for saying, hey, this doesn't look right. But I do think it's again, a positive mark on our administrator, our code staff to say, yeah, you're absolutely right, and we need to figure out how to fix this and do this in the best way we can. When I originally saw the pictures today, I was most concerned about the house on the left and that bump out, but I think the council's information about the way the setback varies, and that according to current zoning law, that there will be a 6-foot distance between those two homes, kind of eases my concern on that. So I'm really kind of leaning toward the exceptional nature of the situation.
More discussion.
I want to ask if anybody else is concerned about this picture of the people doing construction work after a stop work order has been issued and has been posted. Am I seeing that correctly? It is a picture, but what I assume is the one with the gentleman supposedly working on the roof of the porch of the house after a stop order had been issued. And I did read that as one of the comments from the neighbor, our opposition here today. That concerns me if our builder is a bad actor. That was what I was thinking about that.
Mr. Herbert.
We are not aware of any work taking place out there after the stop work order. If we had received any information in that regard, we would have had another inspector over there immediately, and I'm not aware of that.
It's just hard to read what's in the picture, and it's just unfortunate.
Isn't a stop work order usually horizontal?
I would, even though I can't read them, I'd suggest that the pieces of paper that you see on the windows of both buildings in question are stop work orders.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I address that?
Do you want that to be addressed, Ms. Sanford? Is that part of the material part of this deliberation? No. Okay.
And I'll say I can't see them, I can't read them, but we post stop work orders
more
typically
discussion
in that fashion.
So, excuse me, one of the issues that I'm a little concerned about, and as an architect, I understand it from, I guess, in a way, from the appellant's point of view, but you know, the inspector, while he has a job, in a sense, is not the final authority. And you, as an architect and as a builder, you do have a responsibility to follow the code. And just because an inspector at some point says, yeah, we won't worry about that, doesn't mean you can't be, fined for it or responsible to fix it later. So,
but that being said, this happened at least apparently 85 times, and we're dealing with 2 cases today.
I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Well, I just think it throws a bit of a sticky wicket in all this, because we can't put it on the inspector himself. I mean, that is obviously a part of it. But as far as the information in this case and the record goes, there's no allegation of wrongdoing by anybody at Codes. We don't. I haven't read the newspaper report, but as far as the record goes, there's no allegation of wrongdoing. I mean, it simply could be a mistake or misunderstanding of how we interpret the code down at Codes, or what the practice was. And apparently, Mr. Herbert is indicating that we're looking to fix the issue, but I don't think we should put all of the weight on what the inspector allowed, because ultimately there are other people responsible, and the architect and the builder ultimately have a responsibility to make buildings code compliant.
I agree with you in what you said.
Does anyone have a motion about this particular case? More discussion. So, as it was said earlier, this is kind of a very rare and unusual circumstance, which we, as the Board of Zoning Appeals, will have to be hearing more cases if they're appealed to us, and they probably will be. So, this house, I'm not an architect, but isn't obviously finished, so this case might be a little bit more easy to fix than some of the other cases that are finished in the nations.
Well, I would. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think that's the problem of this board.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying that more is coming, and we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from the neighbor who's opposed to it, the other neighbor on the other side. It's not.
I don't mind making a motion.
Okay.
I'll move to.
I'm sorry, but before you make the motion, I just want to say that as with a lot of issues that we hear, and I think specifically with this, because of the widespreadness of the issue, is that while we aren't setting precedent with this case, no matter what our decision ultimately is, but I think Ms. Chappell would at some point point out that we can establish how we are going to deal with these issues. In other words, how we're going to. We went through the same thing with the STRP. It's like, we can't just randomly say 6 months, 4 months. Let's establish some reasonableness in what we're doing, so there's some method to this madness. So please make a motion.
I was going to move to disapprove the variance request.
Mr. Chairman, we solicit perhaps, if there is a second on that motion, specification that it is for first, case 356, which involves Unit B, and then a second motion later.
Correct. It's moved to disapprove the variance requests for both 356 and 357.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'm ready to second it.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Discussion. All I'll say about this is, this is a situation where, and we didn't get into, why they got there, but obviously the measurements were done wrong to begin with. And so I think we really should, it's not like the builder just built these totally on their own without somebody saying that this was okay, at least in the initial stages. So to me, that weighs heavily into who should bear the brunt of, fixing this and how much expense it should be in fixing it. So that's my part of the.
Well, I tend to agree in the sense that, it's not just a group of builders coming and saying, hey, we messed up, we're sorry. I completely agree, and I think not the zoning administrator, but I think it was the codes director that said when this was in the paper that there is, it's certainly up to every individual homeowner and building person to adhere to the codes. There is some joint responsibility here. And I don't know that he used the term responsibility, so I don't want to have that necessarily on the record. But he said there's kind of it's a joint problem. And so, there's no, to me, no shortage of neighborhoods and homes and other things that have much closer proximity than 3 feet. And that, as the council lady said, if safety was a predominant concern, I certainly don't want to see any new houses come before us again with this problem, but I really am more inclined to really focus on the safety part than I am the the variance on these, but that's just,
And to me, lastly, the other thing that they did, the neighbor that bought this and was in opposition, they took the setback part out of their, between their property, and we're just looking at the other property now on the other side, which that person doesn't object, and then obviously the one in the center of these two houses.
I really tend to agree. And while I agree with Mr. Taylor very much, Mr. Harper, about the issue on sort of having an idea how we're going to deal with these, my sense is this is the end. And in looking at it overall, not the end of what we're going to deal with, but these are the last two houses under construction. What's before us is that it would be difficult to change at this point. And even though I'm bothered very much by the picture of the person working, if that is in fact a stop work order in the window, I'm more swayed by the fact that to me it seems inequitable. Even though the builder has a responsibility, the government also has an equal, if not greater, responsibility to ensure that these inspections are made and properly, permits are properly given. And so to me, if you are relying on a permit that's been given to you, and let's just, and I'm hopeful that there's not a ill intent on the builder's part, it seems to me that I would not be willing to deny the variance under all of those facts.
I'm going to speak as an architect, and I, obviously didn't take this permit application, but those bump outs are not shown in what I think was attached to the permit application. And so I don't think it's incumbent upon Metro Codes at all. And architects, builders, engineers, design professionals all have that responsibility to abide by the code, as my one of my other architect colleagues mentioned very more eloquently than I'm saying it. And so these homes are built around Nashville everywhere. It's not some kind of unique situation. These are not unique homes. They're built all over. I see them all over. I'm not sure why the other ones, were not built. It just seems like the problem is just exacerbated, or it's just being repeated, and I don't feel that that's the issue of the codes department. And so I'm still sticking with the motion. I guess we're talking about the motion I made, and that's a little bit further back up.
So are we ready to vote on the motion to deny the variance on this one case 356? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Opposed? Next fails. Another motion. Mr. Taylor, do you have a motion?
Well, for all of the reasons I've stated before, I would find that they have met the standard for the variance based on the catch-all phrase of the appropriately cited statute. And I would move we grant the variance both as to, in case number 5207A and 5207B Indiana Avenue.
Okay, motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. More discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Raise hands too. Opposed? Motion passes 4-3. Do we need one for 357, or did you do both?
I did both addresses.
Well, let's do another one for case 357 just to be sure.
All right. I'll make the same motion for case number 2017357 that we grant the variance for the reasons previously stated.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raise hands. Aye. Opposed? Another 4-3 motion. It passes. John Michael.
The next case to be presented to the board
is case number 2017-366. This is an item A appeal involving the property at 1425 Stainback Avenue in Council District Number 5. You heard from Councilmember Scott Davis about this short-term rental permit case earlier today. The permit in question was denied by the zoning staff based upon prior operation of short-term rental activity at the subject location before obtaining the legally required permit. The appellant, Thomas Bynum, is represented by counsel, Mr. Jonathan Farmer. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 366? Seeing none, the appellant will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. Please introduce yourselves by name and address, and then address the board.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Farmer. My address is 150 4th Avenue North in Nashville, Tennessee, 37219. And this gentleman on my right is Thomas Bynum.
Thomas Bynum, 1425 Stainback Avenue, Nashville, 37207.
And I guess we drew the short straw as to get the first short-term rental. So here we are. This is one of the ones that Councilman Davis spoke about. A little bit about Mr. Bynum. He is a 27-year-old man who has lived off and on in Nashville for most of his life. He's currently employed at the Tennessee Justice Center, and not as an attorney, but as a client advocate. And he's owned this house over at 1425 Stainback since March of 2016. When he bought the house, I think, frankly, it was slightly maybe a slight stretch for him. He had a small room that he had identified a roommate for, and the roommate was to move in a couple days before he moved in. The roommate got another job in Denver and moved out to Denver. Good for him, but it leaves Mr. Bynum in a little bit of a bind. Mr. Bynum then looked into Airbnb. He had, of course, heard of Airbnb, needed the income to afford the property. So in October of 2016, he signed up for Airbnb and listed his property for rent there. The Airbnb sign up, and I guess let me say this was the first time Mr. Bynum has ever rented a room or done anything remotely like this, other than renting a hotel room for himself. He never rented a room to another person. The Airbnb sign up is extensive. It took Mr. Bynum a few days to do it. There were various insurance requirements, various legal requirements, various signatures. He knows Airbnb, as I think we all do, is a very big company. It operates internationally. It's a very sophisticated organization. The room that he rented was a 250 square foot house, or not house, a 250 square foot room attached to the home that he lived in. He rented it for $50 to $75 a night, and you cannot fit more than one or two people in it. He never had more than two. Oftentimes he would just have one. As to whether he knew or did not know he was supposed to have a permit, I frankly don't think he put a lot of thought or analysis into whether he needed to come down here and get a permit. I'm not saying he affirmatively didn't know. I'm not saying he certainly didn't affirmatively know. What he did know and believe was that when he went through the rigmarole at Airbnb and when they took their fees out, that satisfied the government requirements. I'm not here to tell you that's right, okay, but I'm here to tell you that that's what young Mr. Bynum believed. So from October of 2016 to the first weekend in November of 2017, he rented the room. There was never a neighbor complaint. He never had more than two people. There was no parking issues. The police were never called. It was a quiet room rented by quiet people who wanted to come to this city and visit. On the weekend, or the November 4th to 5th, somewhere in there, he got a letter from Metro Codes dated October 27th saying, guess what, you're supposed to have a permit, and we see that you don't have one. He calls Airbnb. He has a tenant in the back of in the suite at that time. He goes and kicks him out. Tells the guy he's got to leave and get out. He's I guess you could say.
Wait a minute. This is a first.
Well, I'm trying to be unique, Your Honor. But he did. He went. He called Airbnb and said, "Hey, I thought we were all up and up." Airbnb says, "No, you're supposed to get the permit." He goes back and tells the guy, "You got to go." Airbnb refunded his money. The guy fortunately had a relative in town that he could go stay with, so he didn't make the poor guy homeless. Spent the weekend calling Codes, and on Monday, November 6th, he came down here on his own to figure out what was going on. On that day, he paid his back taxes, $1,900 that day. He took steps to disable his Airbnb account. He formally applied for his permit, was rejected and appealed. That same week, he came and hired my law firm because, as he says, he wants to be sure he does this the right way. He doesn't have any intention of getting crosswise with the law or the board or anyone else. November 20th, he gets the letter from Codes and Miss Debbie Liffrey requiring all the notices, the signage, the fees. The next day, he does all of it except the sign because FedEx can't give the sign to him because it's Thanksgiving holiday. The following Monday, he gets the FedEx sign in the ground, and here we are. The only hiccup is that on December 4th, Codes again contacted him and said, hey, your Airbnb account is showing still active. And what that means is that you can still see the room, but you can't book rooms. And so when he had initially called Airbnb, what they did is make the rooms inactive. He talked to Airbnb, and now the listing is completely inactive. If you go on Airbnb and look for 1425 Steinbach, you won't find it, and it's that way through the end of January at this point. And so that's where he is. You've heard from Councilman Davis. Councilman Davis did a little bit of an investigation just to be sure there was no complaints, no problems in the area. There are none. He supports the application. And so where does that leave us? And you know, I've sat in here and listened to some of the earlier discussions with the councilman. I'm not saying that he didn't operate the STRP without a permit. That's not our position. As I read the law is, okay, what do we do from here? And you are to I guess, they call it a waiting period for up to 1 year. But I think the key word is up to. And so the things you're supposed to consider, you know, per the Metro Code, is the testimony of the STRP operator, which I guess in this case I'm testifying for him. The testimony of neighbors or others, we don't have any of that. The issue about whether he was informed and disregarded the information about the permit, we don't have any proof that he disregarded anything. In fact, the proof is that once he had affirmative knowledge that a permit was required, he went, I would say, to extreme levels to get himself into compliance.
On that point, did he rent again since that time? I'm assuming he did not, but I want to put it in the record if that's the case.
Absolutely not, and if I didn't say that, I should have. No, when he kicked his tenants out on that weekend, he hasn't rented it since.
The Chamber of Commerce apologizes to whoever that was.
Prior or repeat offenses by the operator under this section, I think, are none. And then lastly, whether after being informed of the requirement, he tried to obtain a permit before re-renting, and that's where we are now. We're trying to obtain a permit.
The councilman said he wanted us to be lenient, his words, on your client. Why should we be lenient, and what are you mentioned some mitigating circumstances, Counselor, but why should we treat this case differently? There were a lot of reviews before he got found that this was the case without a permit.
Well, but I think the law requires an individualized look at these cases, and the law also, I think we focus on the word 1 year, but the law is a waiting period up to 1 year. And so I think, frankly, I would respectfully request that we don't start at 1 year and work backwards, because I don't think the law dictates that.
That's what the author of the short-term rental bill wants us to do, and is always kind of upset that we tend to go the other way sometimes.
Okay. Well, I can't speak to that. I don't think. But the reasons for leniency are I guess, several. One is Mr. Bynum's relative youth and his inexperience in this matter. Second is simply the manner of short-term rental unit he was operating. This wasn't your cliche bachelorette house where people are driving pedal taverns up to it. This wasn't what we had here. This was quiet. I think most of the neighbors, frankly, didn't know he had a short-term rental unit until he had to put signs in his yard saying, I got a zoning appeal, and went and talked to him. Third are the steps he's taken once he's notified about it. The immediate cessation of the rentals and the application. And I guess lastly, I don't think it's unreasonable when you're dealing with a firm like or with an outfit like Airbnb to say, look, I've signed up. I've signed everything. I have no legal training, but I've signed everything that I've signed, to think that, well, now I can't go rent. I don't think that's unreasonable. Now, it's not right. And I said that at the beginning, and Mr. Bynum's not up here saying that that's right. But I don't think, from his point of view, a 27-year-old with no experience and no legal training, that that's an unreasonable thought to have. And once it was shown to him that that thought is incorrect, he did everything he could.
Not to put words in your mouth, but
yes, ma'am.
And another way to say that is, are you saying that because he signed up with a platform like Airbnb that they should have helped him with that process? Is that what your point is?
I'm not trying to blame Airbnb, so I want to be real clear about that. But no, I'm not saying they should have necessarily helped him. I'm saying they should have made it clear to him that you have to do permitting as well.
I want to ask you a question too. Or ask Mr. Bynum a question. When you went to apply, were you told that you had to pay your back taxes, that $1,900, before you could even make an application to come here?
Yes, and please identify yourself and your address for the record.
Sure. Thomas Bynum, 1425 Stainback Avenue. In the letter that I received that was dated October 27th, it had a phone number to call at the codes office and a number at the collections department. I called them both over the weekend. When they called back on Monday, I had been to the codes office in person, and who I spoke to about the collections office walked me through paying the back taxes that day as well.
Thank you. I have heard so many cases, SGR cases, I've forgotten how many, and I had not heard that. I'm very happy to hear that that's taking place. I learned something today. Thank you.
Other questions, or Counselor, you have more to add?
A recommendation, Your Honor, and my training is in criminal defense, and I understand you have to impose a penalty, but what seems appropriate to me is that Mr. Bynum has been out of business since essentially November 4th. We're now almost to Christmas. I think a good old time served will be appropriate, and let him go ahead and sign up for his permit and do things the right way as he wants to.
Okay, so I have a question for Mr. Bynum. You signed up, your lawyer mentioned about the roommate moving out or the tenant moving out, and then thought, hey, Airbnb, you signed up. So you didn't know that there's this regulation or permitting process, or how'd you hear about Airbnb?
I had used Airbnb as a traveler, I guess, on my own, family trips,
sure,
that sort of thing. I had never hosted it or anything like that. This is the first property I've ever owned, so this is all pretty new to me. And like Mr. Farmer said, the sign-up process is very intense. There's a lot of information you have to provide. I had just bought a home, so it was all...
You mean the sign-up process for Airbnb, not our permitting process?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
To be a host,
yes,
which I guess is them making sure you're someone they want hosting
sure,
property with them. And because this was not something I had done before, with how much I was giving them, with them taking money out of every rental that I was doing, I sort of figured they would know what's going on better than I do. I could trust them to not let me do something incorrect.
Now, I must say, in our 2 years of doing these appeals, I've never heard of anybody basically kicking someone out of their house. You know, we look at mitigating circumstances. We want them to cancel future bookings to show that they are coming into compliance, but I've not heard of this before. But I do want to ask you, this is kind of a record from what I remember on hearing these appeals, that you have 82 reviews in front of us on Airbnb. That's a whole lot of reviews before somebody figures it out, turns you in, or whatever. So this got booked a lot. When did you start booking?
As Mr. Farmer said, October 2016 was when I opened it for business, I guess.
So basically a full year went by and you didn't know, nobody said anything, nobody turned you in?
I didn't hear anything. I've had no complaints. My neighbors...
No noise complaints, anything like that?
Nothing like that. My neighbors on either side of me know that I have the Airbnb. They're more just interested in hearing about where people are visiting from more than anything. It's a lot of couples, a lot of single travelers.
we have a very capable enforcement department, and the two people are here today. That means they're not out enforcing because they have to help us. But yes, please come forward, Mr. Osborne, and tell us about this case.
All right, so back at the end of October, Host Compliance sent us a list of about 350 properties that were in violation of not having a permit.
So let's just kind of back up, because Host Compliance is something new, and it was mentioned by one of the council people. Tell us what that is and kind of how that has made everyone's job easier and more, I guess, more cases.
It's a company we hired to help research the properties in Nashville that are operating on these platforms, Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway.
So it basically, from what I understand, kind of takes all the data on Airbnb, VRBO, and cross-checks it with the duly issued current permits, right?
Correct.
And the ones that don't have a duly issued permit, you get like the little, hey, this person's advertising out here.
Right.
Why don't you go look at it?
They will send me a Excel sheet basically of 350 properties, roughly. Sometimes it's 200, kind of varies. And then I review all those to see if they actually do have permits that have been issued since they've searched it, or see if we've taken action on it since then.
So the first batch, how many did you get?
We had 351, I believe.
It's a lot.
It is.
And the other thing, so tell the public on Metro National Network how they can lodge a complaint on Host Compliance or look at it or use it or whatever.
Well, they can go to hostcompliance.com/tips, and that's the way to do it on the computer, or you can call 435-787-4357.
Unlike Crime Stoppers, no rewards.
So this appears to be one that we just
Yes, anonymous. You could do it anonymous.
Right, you can do it anonymously. So we proactively kind of caught this one in that big batch we had.
Okay. And were there any other kind of complaints related to noise or any other complaints outside of just not having a permit?
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Osborne, our enforcer? Okay, thank you. Counselor, do you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. And there's no opposition. We are going to close the public hearing.
So I wasn't here at the last meeting, so I know that we had sort of been trending toward 4 months, 3 to 4 months.
Every case is different, Mr. Harper.
Sure. I just wanted to make sure that
well, to me, a couple things kind of stand out about this, and this sort of reminds me about the case that we had in Hermitage where the woman, and I forgot to ask, and I want to open up a public hearing and ask, how much did you charge for one room a night?
50 to 75, depending on peak weekend or not.
Okay. So we had a case, if you remember, somebody, before we got the authority to give less than a year, someone rented out one room of their house in Hermitage and they charged $37. And back then, if they cancel their future bookings, Airbnb, I think, socked them with $50 or $75 per cancellation. And, she didn't know. And it was just like, it wasn't, as you know, some people are renting out Airbnbs for $300, $400, $500. And I could hear the people now talking to the TV saying a violation is a violation. But here's a case. I am concerned about, this went on for a year, and 82 people at least have stayed there. And I guess that's the good news, is we have Host Compliance. This might not have even gotten on the radar screen since it was kind of in a quiet neighborhood, one room of a house. Neighbors knew about it but just didn't say anything.
well, and this also goes back to the conflation, I think, that happens between party houses and owner-occupied houses. And as the record shows, the fines and the taxes, everything has been paid. The city, the city isn't losing out. I mean, he wasn't in compliance. That's not really a matter of discussion. I mean, that's a given. But it's everything has been corrected that can be corrected up to this very point.
And he has the enthusiastic support of the council person.
I'm happy to move that we find that the zoning administrator did not err and determining that this property was rented prior to obtaining a permit, but based on the extraordinary responsibility displayed by the applicant in terms of paying back taxes, which is, it may happen, but it's rare, and I don't recall anyone ever coming and testifying that they've done that. Recommendation of his council member and the lack of opposition that he's eligible for his permit tomorrow.
I second that.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Good luck. So what we have done, and your lawyer will explain this to you too, who did a very good job, by the way, is you are now eligible to apply again. That doesn't mean we've given you a permit. We cannot. But you can go down, take all your paperwork, and be compliant. And once you get that permit, you can repost on Airbnb and all these other sites and bring people into Nashville. Thank you.
And it's worth noting that it's becoming more and more rare that we give time served on these cases. So.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice job, Counselor. Okay. John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, the next case for the board is 2017-367 involving the property at 805 Cherokee Avenue in Council District Number 5. You heard from Councilman Davis with regard to this project earlier today. 444 Homes, LLC is the appellant and owner of the property. The request before the board is for a variance, or 3 separate variances on 3 components of the case. First, a buffer variance. Second, a variance from the Build to Zone requirements. And third, a variance from the parking requirements. The urban forester is present and will be able to address portions of your questions with regard to the buffer variance today. As to the Build to Zone, that's a unique requirement in certain A districts, but in this case, applicable to the property as well.
The applicant can come forward.
And finally, as to the parking variance, that's relatively self-explanatory. The board sees plenty of those. The aerial map shows the property in its original iteration. I would circle back to the zoning map to demonstrate the relative length of the property vis-a-vis many others that you see with these types of proposed residential developments. The RM20A zoning district is one of the alternative zoning districts. Alternative, of course, in many of these districts requires a build-to zone rather than a setback. The traditional concept that you see of I have to be 40 feet off the street changes with the A districts to a build-to zone such that a 0 to 80-foot build-to zone is required. You must have the front of your building within that space, and that's the variance sought, or one of the variances sought by the appellant today. Taken the liberty of editing the site plans that were submitted and chopping them down where 3 fit on one page conveniently to give you a sense of the layout of the subject property. From my site visit some time ago, previous iteration of one of these cases, showing the face of the property and then the view across the street in the upper left-hand corner and the view up and down Cherokee on this slide. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 367? There is. As a result, the appellant will have 10 minutes or 15 minutes to make the desired presentation. Sir, if you wish to save some portion of that time for rebuttal testimony, it should come out of this original 15. Then we would hear from the opponents after the original presentation by the appellant. Please make your name and address part of the record and address the board.
Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Scott Jones. I have actually, since we applied for this BZA, we did close on the property. So the original owner, I now own that property, not 444 Homes. So our goal here was, or is, to establish the ability to put the units that we've drawn on the diagram, which would be 6 units fully attached. These are 2-bedroom, 2-bath homes that would be very affordable homes in this area. And our request for the buffers on the sides are relevant to the zoning of an IWD on either side of us. The one on the left is a bit odd, and in that there are RM20 lots 2 and 3 to the left of that one, and then here's ours that's an RM20 in the middle. So it does seem odd that there's an IWD with just an individual home on it to our left, and that's what's contributing to that 10-foot buffer zone on our left. Now,
so you're asking for 3 variances, so?
We are asking for the buffer zones to be removed on both sides, and we are asking for the front setback, instead of being 80, that it be, I think, 120 or so that's listed here. We can meet the 5-foot setbacks, and we do meet the rear 20-foot setback as required.
And parking,
One short of what would be normally required, which would be 12 in this case, and we've asked for 11.
Okay.
And the green space, it says you're required to have 30% green space and you request 0? Is that still?
No, we're saying that we can easily meet the requirement by codes for the green space, that we meet that. We don't need a variance for that.
Yeah, I think in your
Okay, it was on our
application.
form, and we just wanted to, we
Yes,
needed
ma'am.
you to clarify you're removing that variance
Yeah,
request.
we're okay on that one.
And we do have Stefan here, our urban forester. Please give us weigh in on this, and what do you think about his request for the buffer and everything?
Yes, this is a case where we have a buffering to a higher intensity use. I suggested several years ago in a legislative package that did not pass that we eliminate some of this buffering to higher intensity uses.
Why is that?
Because it's not really fair to, why would a residential have to buffer to industrial? It just seems counterintuitive. Keep in mind that they're still making tree density for the site. He's still going to have to do perimeter landscaping. Tree density being the big one, though.
So this isn't. So your general opinion on this request is what?
I'd be for it.
Okay.
I'd be for the buffer portion being granted.
So why do we need one? Why are you short one parking space?
In order to, when you have more than 4 units, there is a requirement at the front of the property that requires you to not use the first 20 feet, whereas normally you wouldn't have that. If I didn't have that, I would easily get all the parking into the property. But because of that additional restriction, it does kind of limit our abilities to get that one more parking spot sort of tucked in.
And you are building 6 units too, as the councilperson said.
Yes, sir.
And he spoke very enthusiastically about this, being affordable. So it's around 250.
259 would be our goal.
Okay, and I'm sure. And so this particular, has the house been torn down in this?
No, we have not done anything to the property. I've only owned it since November the 30th.
Okay, and obviously the councilperson has spoken just very enthusiastically about, this property. I guess it's good to know that you have a friend and Councilman Davis for this, but have you talked to any neighbors about this?
The neighbors to our right is a large construction-looking building. I did not ask them. They don't appear to use the side of their parking lot. I've been by there many times. I didn't see anything. The person on the left has a fence around the property with a sign on the fence that says, "Do not bother me. I don't wish to sell my house." And
I'm sure
so
they should probably sell those at Home Depot, given the popularity of Nashville's housing market. Leave me alone.
I didn't view that as someone that I should try to speak with because it appeared they didn't want to speak with people. So I did not try to engage with that person. I just didn't. I didn't really know how to reach them or.
And what's to the left, the very left, next to that house? What's that property?
The house to the left is the one that's zoned IWD. Is that what you're asking?
No, what's to the very left of our picture? I can't make it out. The RM20A. Is there anything on that side right now?
Is our property with the red little house on
The
it?
red is yours.
Yes, the
but
house to the left.
Then there's the house to the left. Then there's an area that's blurry.
So the ones to the left of that are RM20s as well.
Is there
And those are
anything on
empty
that
lots.
empty lot?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. They're empty lots.
And across the street, it's also an industrial building or
It's
commercial?
empty. Or directly across the street is empty, and then to the across the street, to the left of that, which would be catty corner, is a gray commercial kind of storage-looking type of building. I think they have tile or something they sell from there, if I'm not mistaken. But there's a lot of empty spots there. There are projects at the end of the street that are similar to this that are being built. And I think folks trying to sort of bring this very kind of dirty industrial kind of street more up to speed with what's happening around it off of Jones and Edwin and so forth. And I think this would be a valid, nice property that we would be adding to the neighborhood. I know there is an SP that was approved on Edwin around the corner that's 176 units, just kind of behind it to the right, and there will be a lot of attached homes, and that's a standard thing that's kind of come into that area. And RM20 does allow by right to do fully attached multifamily homes.
If we approve your request.
If you approve this request, yes.
Any other questions of the applicant before we hear from the opposition? And you'll have some time, that time left on the clock for rebuttal, 13 minutes, 15 seconds. Okay, anything else to add?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing me.
Let's hear from the opposition. Please come forward, state your name, your address, and why you are in opposition to this case.
My name is Karina Ayala.
Oh, please sit and press the button, and so everyone can hear you, and identify yourself and address.
Thank you. My name is Karina Ayala. I live at 803 Cherokee Avenue. The sign on my gate says not for sale. It does not say do not bother me. I've been more than happy to have had a letter or some kind of contact from the person at 805 Cherokee Avenue. I am in opposition to this. I live there. I've lived there for 9 years. I've not recently moved into the area. I did live there when it was a not such a great neighborhood. And I do agree with the council member or the council leader that it is affordable housing, and that's one reason why I did move into that area, because I was able to afford it, and it helped me to get to a position that to better myself, and I'm grateful for that. I love my neighborhood. It's my neighborhood. I live there. I have no intention of selling my house. I've just recently purchased the land, just this past year in July. So I own it, and I'm not selling it. As a matter of fact, the property that he is speaking of, they approached me to buy my land.
So why are you here, and why are you
I'm
in
so
opposition?
sorry. Oh, yes, I'm in opposition to this. Something the council member did not mention was that the units at the very end of the road that are being built, there are 12 of them.
Where it says Walnut Grove?
I believe, no, that's a house. That's
Okay,
a house.
so at the
it's
other
at the
end?
other end where it says
Okay.
RM20A. 12 units are being built there. That's adequate space for 12 units. It has plenty of room for emergency vehicles to get to the back of the property. It has plenty of room for fire, medical, and police on that. Where he's proposing to put 6 units on 1/3 of an acre of land. The width of that land is 50 feet. I've lived there while police and medical and fire engines have been called to that property. They have to park in the road. They have no access other than the very front of the property. So if you put 6 units on a very long piece of land, the access to the very back of the property is difficult at best. And it puts many lives in danger, not to mention 6 units on 1/3 of an acre of land, which is not spread out, it is long. I have one house on 1/3 of an acre of land. It's 700 square feet. It's very small for me, that house. I live by myself. So having 6 units with a minimum of 6 people living on 1/3 of an acre of land next to me is quite a bit of people, and that's if only one person buys that unit, lives in that unit at a time. So not just about safety, it's about quantity of people on that piece of land. And if, God forbid, anything happened, an emergency vehicle, people have to try to access the land. And then my land also being in danger. I've sent letters and pictures regarding this property and how I felt about 6 units going on this property. I'm not opposed to development in my area. I'm not. I'm all for, and I'm very happy to see people jogging and walking their dogs and the crime rate going down. I love it. I love where I live. I just cannot stress enough how 6 units on this piece of land is excessive. And if it was reasonable, if it was 2 or 3, at 3 at the most, I might still be in here at 3, but it's just a lot. And then the final thing I would like to bring up is that there is, and this is personal, but there is a beautiful mulberry tree that is on a 0 lot line in between the two properties, and it's in the back of the property. The way that the trunk grows, it's 2 trunks on my side and 1 trunk on their side, and the fence goes directly through this tree. I love this tree. I have loved it since the day I moved in, and I still love it to this day. I don't know what would happen if this property is developed in the suggested way to this tree. And I've actually contacted a surveyor that will be coming out to my house the first week of January to actually establish legal lines and give me something that I can have that says, where the 4 boundaries of my land is. And then I'm also going to be having an arborist come out to look at the tree. And as far as what they do on their land, it is up to them, but I do not wish or desire that the tree that is on my land be cut down. And it is something that I'm willing to go to small claims court about, and even go to the point to get an injunction regarding this tree. So I think it's just about quality of life. And something that the council member mentioned earlier was that, there's a small house on this land, or out down the road that is for sale, and it's 700 square feet. She didn't sell the land, and they're not putting up condos on it. She redid that house, and it fits into the neighborhood. It's directly across from the 12 units that's being established. So both can go on this road, but it's not to the extent where you're making it too many people on such a small part of land. I think that's all I have.
Any questions for the opposition? Anything else to add?
No, that was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant, please come forward again. This is rebuttal period, so please respond to anything that you've heard.
I would love to know about this tree and where this tree is located.
She says it's on her property line.
Yes, but how far off the back of the property do we know where that is? How far from the rear? Because there's a 20-foot rear setback. So if that tree were to be within that 20-foot setback, we would have no reason to remove that tree to do our construction. We might need to limb up the tree a little at the top if it's intruding, but there
obviously the tree is very important to her, but may not necessarily be what we're deliberating on. But okay. I would reach out to.
No problem.
Well, I guess to me, I respect your neighbor's opinion about her property and trees that you may have in common, and I think it does warrant a greater explanation for the sense of a hardship, with the build-to zone, because I think the building wouldn't encroach the tree if you weren't asking for a variance in the build-to zone. So I think there may be we may need to give you time to talk with your neighbor so that you both fully understand the implications of your project.
So do you think this is another good candidate for deferral? Is that what you're saying?
Well, and I think it very well could be, because I think that to me I'm just saying that to me the concerns that the neighbor raised raises some I think greater responsibility on your part to prove hardship on build-to zone, and maybe parking requirements too. I mean, the Buffys, I think this is just, I agree with the urban forester that this is just one of those weird lots that is sandwiched in between multi-zoned things. That the buffer I'm not as concerned about, but the build-to and the parking, I think, do require hardship. And if you have a neighbor saying there might be some damage to her property, I think it requires a different level of explanation of hardship.
Do you have any response to that?
I mean, I'm willing to to defer this if we need to. I'm not trying
I don't know what I mean, your neighbor may, always be opposed
I think it might.
to a multi-unit, but I think that
Normally, what we kind of try to bring the parties close together or closer than they would be. And since there was a disconnect in communication that she said my sign wasn't that don't talk to me, I do think a deferral, while you probably will not resolve all of these issues, I think it would be very helpful. And if you come back to us after one meeting, 2 meetings of talking, I think that would be very helpful for this process.
Yeah, I would much rather have a case where, you both agreed that it would or would not hurt this tree, and that you had a very clear sense, both of you, of exactly what you were asking. And your neighbor may completely be opposed to the number of units you'd like to put on your property, and you may have a legal right to put those on the property, and that is something that but if it requires a variance, I think everybody needs to be fully informed. And the good news is you've learned that you have a neighbor willing to talk to you. Maybe not agree with you, but at least talk to you
and a long-term
understand
neighbor
what's
too.
going on.
Yeah, and I'm willing to do that.
Okay,
I would like to say that the sign did go up, and there was an opportunity for them to call.
Oh, I know, but the burden's on you to be the one to communicate.
That's right.
Because you are asking for the variance, so.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
more than willing to meet and more than willing to talk.
So the question is, and was 1 month okay? Yes, okay. 1 month. So we're going to defer to, what's our January meeting?
January 18 of 18.
Okay, so, and out of respect to you and your deferment and your time, we will try to put it near the top of the agenda too, so you won't have to slog through more sidewalk and other cases that we inevitably will have that first meeting of January.
I would be happy to be involved with the tree thing too.
Yeah, I'll move to defer to 118.
Okay, motion's been made to defer. Is there a second? Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. We will see you in a month.
Thank you.
And please, and on your way out, feel free to talk to your neighbor, exchange contact information. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas.
Oh, okay. John Michael, recess, please.
We'll take a brief break. The board will reconvene with case 369 immediately thereafter. The appellant, Ms. Linda Fletcher, and/or her representative would please come forward. Mr. Chairman, this is the appeal on 369 for the property at 3738 Cedarwood Drive.
I think a couple of our members are in the back making all the commotion, actually.
We will invite board members back to the front of the room and invite the dissipation of conversations that run the risk of interfering with the board's proceedings. Thank you for your consideration, members of the public and board. This is a request of an item A appeal challenging the zoning staff's denial of a short-term rental permit, the denial having been predicated on prior operation before issuance of a legally required permit. Aerial view shown here just above the river and from the assessor's photography on their website. Ms. Fletcher is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 369? There is one. As a result, the appellant will have 15 minutes to make the desired presentation. Then the board would have a chance to hear from the appellants. Please introduce yourself by name and address and make the desired presentation to the board.
Hi, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Linda Fletcher. I live at 3738 Cedarwood Drive in Nashville, 37216. And when I first decided to rent two rooms in my home, I did so because I was thinking about retiring. I'm a Metro school teacher, taught for 35 years, and kindergarten and first grade. And so I knew that I would need supplemental income. So I have this big house on the river, and a friend of mine said that that would be a great bed and breakfast, but I'm not a business person, so I thought Airbnb would be a good way to let them do the business side of the the procedure. So I came down to get a business license and applied for that and got a business license. And I did ask at that time if I needed anything else to do this. I explained what I was doing with my home, and I was told, well, are you going to sell anything? And I said, no, I'm not selling anything. I'm just renting out a couple of rooms. And so I was told then I didn't need anything. So I proceeded to kind of test it out in the summer when I was home and rented a couple of rooms out. I usually don't have but 2 or 4 people, and I'm there. I live at my home, and so I'm always there to monitor who is staying. So when I got the letter that I needed a short-term rental permit, I was surprised because I just did not know that had to be done. So I immediately came down to the codes office and went through the procedure of being denied, and I discontinued my service through A&B because I was told to do that. I went ahead and got the sign for the yard and sent the letters out and went through all those procedures. And so then I'm here today to ask that
you got your business license before you rented the property?
Mm-hmm.
So because you I see it's on the website, I think you have 1 room that you rent, is that right?
I actually have 2 rooms. I have 2 sites. I have one site that rents 1 room and then another site that will rent both of them because it's all upstairs.
Okay.
And, but usually.
What do you mean sites, like on?
On Airbnb.
Okay.
Yes. But the main one is just for a couple. It's just
but
one
it's the
bedroom.
same house, right?
Yes.
You don't have 2 houses or 2 properties?
No.
And so you got the business license, you rented at 122, you rented a lot because you had 122 reviews, but you thought you did the right thing because you had a business license, not a...
Right.
Okay, so you just got the wrong permit.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Our zoning people, is Mr. Osborne, is this one of yours? Yes, sir. So please come forward. And 122 before showing up on the radar screen. Is this another host case?
It sure is. Most of them today are.
Okay, very good. So you could tell our Metro Council that money is being well spent on the enforcement side that makes your life easy and more difficult.
Oh, easier, yes. More work.
More work, yes. So tell us about this, and was there any other complaints outside of not having a permit?
I did not receive any other complaints on this property. Looks like it's been operating since June of 2015. So
it's 2000. Ooh,
yep,
2.5 years.
Quite some time.
Okay.
But it appears to be in compliance now.
Okay. So you immediately stopped any future bookings, and here you are today.
Here I am today. I didn't kick anybody out, though.
Good. Our chamber thanks you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we're going to hear from opposition, and you come back, and you'll have time for rebuttal. So please come forward. State your name, your address, and why you are here in opposition.
My name is Mark Hughes, live at 3712 Cedarwood Drive. Actually here for twofold. My mother, who is the next door neighbor of Miss Fletcher, is not in favor of short-term rentals. So I have a letter on her behalf, which I can either give you copies.
Yes, please do
right now. Too terribly long.
Yep.
Or I can read it, whichever. Here's 8. You want to read it? You want me to just read it? Or?
We could look at it.
Okay.
So your mother lives next door.
Yep, she lives next door. I live 8 houses down.
How long has your mother lived there?
46 years.
Okay. And was she aware that this was a short-term rental before that?
Yes. Yes,
she was?
Yes, she was being rented.
But she understands the concept between...
Not really.
Okay.
I wouldn't say she understands the concept.
Okay.
I'm here to speak specifically to that, but really kind of more globally on the issue. Because frankly, the street that we're on, we have 11 homes. It's a dead-end road. 11 homes face the river, 5 on the other side. It's a very old established section, Brush Hill neighborhood. Many people who have been on the road have been there a very long time. As I mentioned, I think we moved there in the 8th grade, my 8th grade, so obviously more than a couple summers ago. And without reiterating all the problems in East Nashville of the homes being raised and what's going on, it's white hot in terms of the neighborhood. So in addition to Ms. Fletcher, who's been a very good neighbor, so my complaint is not against her personally. This is purely the concept. There are a couple of other homes on the street that are dabbling in the same exercise of these hotel-like rentals. In addition to that, where I live literally directly across the river, which is Pennington Bend, probably 500 feet from my house, they rent a home there constantly, roughly $600 to $650 a night. So there's a lot of noise. So again, I'm perhaps trying to give you a little more context of the area. And the people who have invested in homes on this street, most of which were done pre-Airbnb, VRBO, all of that kind of concept. The home I'm in would be a prime candidate for this. I could make a lot of money doing it, but I don't do it, and I don't think it's fair for other people to be doing it in the same area. I mean, again, I'm not against capitalism, but I think it should be done in the appropriate area. I mean, to me, if somebody wants to profit from, again, short-term rental, the hotel-like rentals, it should be done in an area that people do not consider their home. The value of the street that we live on, I mean, obviously it's waterfront, it's close to downtown, it's very desirable. So what I've heard time and again in support of the short-term rental, well, I'd like to supplement my income. Well, great. I would like to supplement my income as well. But to me, the only solution to supplementing income, the universe of solutions is not simply short-term rental. If you look at the longer-term rental market in Nashville, again, white hot. It's very, very difficult to find anything to rent. My sister runs a complex, 1,500 apartments. They stay booked constantly. My point being, where this home is located, as all the others, if the real reason for granting this simply is for an individual to supplement their income, well, let's open up some other opportunities. We'll rent it full time, 6 months, 1 year, at least to some point where you know who the person is that lives there. Okay, granted, it's fine. I have no problem with someone renting part of their home. My problem is, why should it be done on this transient basis with people in and out? I mean, it's a substantial investment in the homes in that area, and everybody's home is a substantial investment. So without it occurring in 100%, every home generating money based upon that, I mean, to me, just selectively allowing certain people to do it in an area, again, that is zone residential. I mean, that's the whole reason for a property being zoned residential. It's a residence, not a profit center. So to me, I mean, I own a business. Again, I'm not against capitalism, but I am against selectively allowing within neighborhoods that have always been residential, peaceful. You knew who lived there. You can't keep things that way forever. I'm not naive. But again, it seems unfair to me when one or more or some select number can take a portion of their home. Obviously, the margins are very high on short-term rentals. I understand business. I don't. And I'm fully clear why people would like to do it. But again, in an area that is residential, old-style neighborhood, to me, that just should not be allowed. And again, if the only reason is, well, gee, I would like to supplement my income, rent it for a year. Rent it, I mean, do a long-term rental. That's much more palatable because, again, then you see the same person. You kind of know who's there. I mean, my mother is 86. This is a dead-end road. Well, how do we know how many people coming in and coming out? She walks out her door. Well, there's a different face over there quite regularly. So it's really a combination of those things that, from my perspective, it simply does not seem to be the right thing to do to allow short-term rentals of the hotel type in this type of neighborhood.
There's a large contingent of people in Nashville that feel the same way, and unfortunately that issue is not before our board today.
Right.
Don't know if you went to the Planning Commission meeting last Thursday evening.
No,
I'll have
unfortunately, I was
to-
out of town until the other day. I just got
Okay.
back into
But you're aware that there's other public hearings that you can attend, maybe the Metro Council meeting, and the first one in January, I think, is where they're taking that up. So that might be an appropriate place to express your concerns. But do you have any, you said you didn't have any particular issues with this property?
No, I do. I mean, let's say
Noise
my mother
issues?
lives
What she's
next
saying,
door.
particularly, there were a bunch of cars there were loud music, that's what we're asking.
Oh, no,
How-
in regard to that, Ms. Fletcher's a very nice lady. Not been no issues in terms of any parties. Now, there have been significant number of cars at times, but not to the point, I have no complaint at all of any misbehavior, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, and to echo, I mean, it is not an uncommon opinion expressed before this board, the one that you did today, that there are certainly a lot of folks that don't like the short-term rentals, and this, but yet the Metro Council has given basically everybody in the county the right to rent their personal home, as long as they live in that home, and
right.
And so that's a right that has been voted on, and the issue we have today is, well,
She didn't have a license.
well, you have a neighbor that went to codes, thought she got, or went to, let's say, this complex, thought that she got the right license, didn't get the right license, and by your testimony and by the reviews has run a pretty good operation. And so in some respects, it's independent of your bigger point, which is the council's point. But the issue we have to do to decide today is, well, how do we, punish, so to speak, this person for trying to do the right thing and just not, just getting confused and not knowing that you went to the wrong office and got a business license instead of going to another office and getting a short-term rental permit.
Well, to crystallize it, I'm not here to punish her, not my job.
Well, I mean, I'm saying,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to imply that, and I apologize if I did. But I'm just saying that our job is to determine what is the appropriate remedy or penalty for, in this case, if we find that there is a violation. And so, but it is, like I said, limited to, to her specific, behavior as an owner occupied VRBO person, and a lot of the bigger issues that you have, while expressed to us quite often, mainly because it's the only venue that people know they have to come and say their piece.
Right.
It is hard for us sometimes because we don't set the law. We can't address some of those issues that you talk about. That's the Metro Council that has to do that. But I respect and empathize with what you say.
But they are debating this as we speak, so if you have strong opinions about this proposed legislation or even the continuance operation of short-term rentals in this county, I would contact your 5 at-large Metro Council persons and your district council person.
And attend their public hearing, which I think is the first meeting in January, but their agendas are published maybe a week before their meeting, so.
It appears you're in Councilman Anthony Davis's district. He's your council person. So.
All right.
I do appreciate you coming and saying what you said, because it does, we hear it a lot, and it reflects the opinions of a lot of folks in town, so I do appreciate it.
I say, I mean, again, it's not here, the issue is not with her. The issue, in my case, is a little bit larger. Okay, well, thank you.
Sorry. I talked with Mr. Hughes' mother, Miss Oakley, who lives next door to me, and of course she said that Mr. Hughes was making decisions for her, which I respect. And I did tell her that I had been renting my home for the last 2 years, and did she know that? And she, of course, said no, that she did not know that, which is an indication that there hasn't been noise or disruption or complaints. As far as people that come to my home, Airbnb does a background screening as to who those people are. And because I only rent to 2 to 4 people, there's not usually an abundance of cars in my driveway. I do have a Bible study on Sunday nights, so there's like 6 cars in the driveway then, but that's not rental.
So if 2 to 4
So-
people, you're not getting probably the bachelorettes most of the time.
Oh, no. And when you describe what you're renting, I say that, no parties, no smoking, no children, no, just if you want a nice, peaceful place to stay, come to the river. But I have a letter from my neighbor on the other side, just saying that.
Please give us a copy of it, and I'm assuming it's in support.
And remind us, you do live in the home?
Yes.
Owner-occupied?
Yes. I've been there 21 years.
So I will throw the question out, since the opposition threw it out. Why not just rent your house out long-term?
Well, I just don't want to rent my home out long-term. I enjoy the upstairs is what I rent out, and I live in the downstairs. I actually have a graduate student that is staying with me that has been there a year and a half.
Okay, so that's a long-term person, yes.
But I just would rather do this.
Okay.
It's fun.
Any other questions for the applicant? Do you have anything else to add?
Just that I would like to, as quickly as possible, start renting again and get the correct license, because teachers like to keep the rules. So we want to do the right thing.
Where did you teach for?
I taught at Robert E. Lillard, which Kings Lane.
Yep.
I was there 17 years.
Wonderful.
Kindergarten.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to close the public hearing discussion. So we've heard this before. Someone comes down there thinking they're getting an Airbnb permit, short-term, and they get a business license. And
It's not uncommon. We've had a handful of them. I think it's clear indication that before the applicant wanted to rent, tried to do the right thing, thought they were doing the right thing, but weren't doing the right thing, stopped immediately. So I just have no problem with her being eligible for a license. I fully respect the neighbor point of view, and as we were talking earlier when we started the meeting, it really is one of those cases where it is the bigger picture, which isn't our purview, and he didn't have an issue with the way she handled her property, and that's all we're dealing with this applicant and the way she handled her property and handled the process. So I'm happy to make a motion that we find that zoning administrator did not err. There was operation without a permit, but she's eligible to apply for a permit tomorrow.
okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Pass. Okay, we have 5-1. So what we have ruled is you are eligible to apply for your license. Doesn't mean you have a license. You have to go through the procedures and proper and insurance and fire inspection and all of that. Do not post again until you have a duly issued license by, not a business license, not by Mrs. Wynn's office, by the codes department that give you your short-term rental permit. And you could contact the codes department, and there's a procedure online that you could look at all the necessary documents that you need. So good luck. John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, the next case to be heard is 2017-370. Brad McGaughy's the appellant and property owner of 1108 Berwick Trail. This is another short-term rental permit case, an item A appeal challenging the denial of the short-term permit, the denial having been based upon operating before obtaining the legally required permit. Zoning map here shows the property on Berwick Trail. The aerial gives a sense of its proximity to the river, and of course, face of the property from the assessor's website. The appellant is present. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 370? Seeing no one, the appellant will have 10 minutes. In the event that he needs all 10 minutes, he will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. Please introduce yourself by name and address.
My name is Brad McGahey. I live at 1108 Berwick Trail in Madison, Tennessee.
Why are you here?
Well, I'm here because I got this, of course, I got the letter and frankly, I wasn't aware at that time, even though you hear lots of stuff on the news, that I was supposed to have a permit to rent out a room in my own home.
How long have you lived in Nashville?
I've lived in Nashville since 2004.
And in this particular house?
This May 2012.
So when did you decide, hey, I want to do short-term rental in my house?
Well, actually, it evolved. We'd first had done a renovation of our family room into a mother-in-law suite because both of our moms are elderly, and we thought that, we might have to take care of them at some point in time. Well, her mother wasn't going to move out of Memphis, and my mom had no interest in moving to Nashville. So after we got done doing that, it was we applied at VRBO and we signed up.
Why did you pick them, and why did you think, hey, let me do this short term? You didn't know?
Well, we first thought of going long term, but then we were in and out of our house a lot, and it is owner occupied. So we decided that, a neighbor of ours that lives, down Neely's Bend has said that they have a place that they were doing VRBO. So we thought, well, okay, I didn't know what that was. And once he explained it to me, I thought, okay, well, that might be a good idea. And that's what we did. And so once I got the letter stating that we weren't in compliance, we stopped the subscriptions. I got online and I got the occupancy tax form. I've got that all filled out. I went back over our deposits since February of 2015 was our first rental. And I've got that all together with the penalties and the interest and a check for that. I applied online for a tax number, which I'm still waiting to get a tax number so I can pay the taxes, all the back taxes, and so I'm here now.
So you just didn't know? I mean, why?
Well, I just didn't assume, and I know we shouldn't assume a lot of things. I mean, everything I saw on the news and read online and everything seemed to pertain to not long-term rentals, but homes that weren't occupied by the owners.
So after you got the letter, did you cancel the future bookings?
Yes, yeah, we did. We had, at that time that I got the letter, there was one couple that was just finishing up their stay, and then we had about 5 or 6 reservations going into February.
Okay.
And so we canceled all those.
So you had, it looks like, almost 90 reviews, 70
yes, sir.
5-star, 4 stars, 2, there's 1 2-star.
Yeah.
They didn't like it.
Yeah, we did.
So,
I don't know.
Why should we give you leniency on this?
Well, I would say that because, we didn't know, and like I said, that's not an excuse, but it's not like we're trying to get rich doing it, because we obviously aren't.
How much are you charging?
We charge $130 a night. And we're right on the river there, so a lot of our guests have enjoyed the peace and quiet. We don't have a lot of traffic. We don't have any problems with neighbors and stuff. We've kept it down to 2 people.
Oh,
one car.
Okay.
We don't allow pets in there, so people can just come and go, and it's real quiet.
Okay. Mr. Osborne, did you have this? Another host case, I assume? That great new software.
Yes, another case brought to our attention by Host Compliance that we're following up on.
Were there any noise complaints or any other complaints outside of having a permit?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
So, I would like to clarify that we send out 3 different letters on these. One is for tax violation.
That comes from your office?
Well, that comes from collections.
Okay.
And then there's one that is for STRP permit and tax violation, and then there's one for just the short-term rental permit.
Do they all come at the same time, relatively?
They send them all out at the same time.
We've only received one.
Yeah. Okay. There's a combined letter that pertains to both.
That states what exactly we need to do in order to, get back into compliance.
Okay, is this the council lady? Is this one of your cases or no? Oh, okay. So, any questions for the applicant? No? Any other things to add?
Yes, sir.
We're going to close the public hearing. Discussion. We've had a lot of these, and maybe this is the last few months we'll be doing these, so let's enjoy them. Another, and like I said, Council Lady Allen, who's the author of this legislation, is always incredulous that people, I guess particularly now, after so many years of this law being in place, don't know that we have laws related to this. And she was incredulous a year and a half ago, and there's obviously been a whole lot more coverage. But that's what we get to kind of decide if, A, the person really didn't know how they acted when they did get the official summons and letter and stop permit from this agency. And then, given all that, what's the punishment? The law says a year, and we have the authority to do less than that. So what are the board members' thoughts?
Well, anybody that comes to our meetings would be shocked to think that anybody knew there was, you had to get
There's gambling here? I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, it's not an unusual story. It was not self-reported, but there's no reason to think it should be because there wasn't that opportunity to learn, and it didn't come from a complaint. So, I mean, I think this is in that absolute, to me, I think it's in the lower third of punishment, whatever that is.
Well, something's come up today that I hadn't been thinking about, and as I understood, Mr. McGahee, he has not yet paid his back taxes, and I just wasn't.
Is that true? Have you paid your back taxes?
No, I have everything with me. I filled out the occupancy tax form, and then I applied online for the I filled out the application online to receive a tax number. So I'm thinking that's what I'm.
Have they given you a bill, a tax bill? You owe this amount of money?
No, they gave me the form. I downloaded the form off of, I think it was Nashville.gov, and I've got it all filled out. I went back over the deposits from.
So you figured out how much you owe?
Yes, sir.
And how much is that?
I mean, as far as how much I owe.
Back taxes.
$4,500.
And so you're going to pay the folks upstairs or wherever?
Yeah, yeah. Once I've just been waiting for a tax number.
Oh, you don't have a tax number, okay.
No, so I didn't know where.
Is that property
was my
tax?
concern,
Are you referring to property tax?
No, I'm talking about hotel tax.
No, it's the hotel tax, the penalties,
penalties,
the interest. I've got all that and the check made out. I'm just waiting for a tax number.
What was the last day that you rented the property?
It would have been November. I think I got it November 1st, and would have been the 2nd.
Okay.
Somewhere right in there.
Had people say to us, and someone just spoke today, that this is like allowing a hotel to operate in a residential area.
Right.
And we do cross our fingers behind us and say this is not a hotel, but they are required to pay hotel tax.
Right.
And to compete with the real hotels. So I just think that's something we should consider, and we should start asking. I wasn't aware that the city wasn't requiring that they have to pay that before they can apply for a new permit.
Well, I think that's a good, probably a good.
Yeah, before you
outcome
appear.
for the software, that where you're getting 3 letters now to say, hey, you need to not only, here's how you make amends, and you have to, pay your back taxes. And so the 2 that we've heard today that were a result of the software, both, one actually had paid and the other is prepared and, I think has every indication from testimony today that, okay, that's in the works. We're getting ready to pay, knows how much to pay. That may be a real benefit from that process too.
Okay.
I think that's good.
So do you have a motion based on
No, I don't.
Okay. Does anyone have a motion they want to make?
Yeah, I'm willing to make a motion that we find that the applicant the zoning administrator did not err, and that the applicant is eligible for a permit January 2nd or February 2nd?
You're you're making the
Then I'll
motion?
make the motion. Well, I just wanted to get a general sense. I think this is probably I'll say February 2nd because Dick said he'd second that. And that is common. I think that's pretty standard with that lower tier precedent that we've been working with. It's a 3-month unless there's extraordinary circumstances like we had seen.
Okay. Motion's been made.
Second.
Motion's been seconded. Discussion.
But why did you make the motion about the immediate previous case that that person was eligible immediately for a permit?
Because that person had gone to that person actually went to the county clerk's office thinking they were getting the right permit.
They got a business.
I mean, before they rented one time
That was
ever.
your extenuating.
Yeah, before they ever rented, they came down to this complex, went to an office, got what they thought was what they needed to rent but it was a building. It was a.
It wasn't the permit.
It was the wrong permit. So that was to me was why that was said. You did what you thought was the right thing, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, any discussion before we vote on the motion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. You will be eligible to apply for a motion on February 2nd. So do not rent between now and February 2nd, or do not rent until now and you get your official permit. Okay?
Yes.
Or advertise, yes. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
John Michael.
The next case for the board's consideration is 2017-371. Christopher and Jamie Kearney are the appellants and owners of the property at 1024 15th Avenue South, shown here on the zoning map. This is another short-term rental case, an item A appeal challenging their denial of their permit, the denial having been predicated on failure to obtain the permit before operation. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 371? Seeing none, the appellants will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. Please introduce yourself by name and address.
My name is Chris Carney. I live at 1024 15th Avenue South. And I just want to take a moment to thank you guys for hanging in there. This is incredible what you're doing. We appreciate it. We appreciate your help. My wife.
I'm Jamie Carney, same address, 1024 15th Avenue South, Nashville 37212. Our case is a little different in that we did come down and get a permit several years ago when we decided to do this. We've lived in our house for 24 years, our neighborhood for 29, and as our kids were getting older, we thought this would be a good way to supplement our income. Many of our neighbors were doing it, and so they had recommended it to us, so we're like, great, we'll go. And so we got our permit, started doing Airbnb, everything has been going great. In addition to that, I wanted to make sure I did the right thing. So as far as paying taxes, I joined a service that said, actually their words are, here's what we do. Complete any required registration applications or license forms. As with any tax rates, most vacation rentals need to register or obtain licenses with multiple agencies. We do it all for you, which I thought meant that they were renewing things for me.
Is this a local company?
No, it's online. It's called My Lodge Tax. It's a big company. So anyway, every single month we've paid all our business taxes, we've done all our license renewals, we've paid all our hotel taxes, everything.
So you were sending the city money based on rentals and everything?
No, every single month it comes up, and how many days did you rent, what was the charges, it paid all the taxes, so we didn't get any letters about taxes. We don't owe any back taxes.
You initially had a permit, so you just saw.
Yeah, and so I thought that got renewed with, and I mean, I had things that came in, we've renewed this for you, so I just assumed everything, but everything except for that $150 permit was renewed. So we don't owe any taxes. We've been paying everything all along. And I'm actually really thankful that we have this new, because I would have probably never known that they didn't renew that as well. So we got the letter, as most people do, came in, stopped.
When did you first get your permit?
Like 2015, maybe? Yeah, we've been doing it for a long time, yeah.
166 reviews?
Yeah, we've rented a lot. It's been great for our family.
Okay.
It's been really good, so.
Like I said, host complaint. Mr.
So yeah, this is the only way we would have known that it didn't get renewed,
And if anyone in the Metro Council wonders if host is being effective so far,
it is, yes.
We wouldn't have probably found this case for a while.
It would have taken some time, I'm sure.
Okay, so any other 166 times, but any noise complaints or having a permit complaint?
Not that I can find.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Osborne? Okay, so anything else to add?
It's a bedroom and a bathroom in our home. You know, the people walk in our front door and go up the stairs. It's been really delightful for us. We've hosted people from all around the world. It's always just usually a couple or mostly two girls. You'll find the way you write up your advertisement on Airbnb tends to bring people of a certain nature to your house. And so, ours talks about love of books and music and so we've just had really sweet, kind people, and it's been a real blessing to welcome people in Nashville, so we've had no problems. Like I said, they come in our front door, they walk up the stairs, they have, their little space upstairs, which is a nice sized bedroom and bathroom.
Okay.
Our neighbors do it. People down the street do it. So the only thing that tripped us up was not realizing that they didn't renew that one permit. So I apologize for that. That's on me because I should have double checked it, But
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, nothing else to add? Very good. We're going to close the public hearing. Let me start. This is a case that I guess we'll start getting with host compliance, but unlike some of these other cases, they paid money. They thought they had a license, and they relied on this out-of-town large company to renew, and they didn't. So to me, this is a case of somebody that relied, which we've had earlier in this process, and they paid every single month to the city. So, and therefore, I would like to make a motion on this case that the zoning administrator did not err in the denial of the short-term permit, but that this applicant will be eligible to apply or reapply for their permit tomorrow. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. So what we have ruled is you can reapply for your permit. Do not advertise, do not
It's
rent
all off.
until you get it, and continue to be good ambassadors for our city and pay your
we
taxes.
promise to
Thank you.
do that. Thank you very much, all of you, for your time.
John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, case 2017-372 is another short-term rental case. Sarah Welch is the appellant and owner of the property at 1213 Stainback Avenue. The appeal is an item A appeal seeking to overturn the denial of the short-term rental permit, which had been denied based on prior operation. Ms. Welch, if you'll introduce yourself by name and address and make the desired presentation.
Can I first say I'm scared? I'm Sarah Welch, 1213 Stainback Avenue, 37207.
Okay, so why are you here? What happened?
I thought we were still kind of fighting the legal battle with Airbnb.
With Airbnb?
Yeah, because I get all these emails because we have like the, I guess on the 2nd, there's another battle going on with the difference between non-occupied and occupied, and I'm an owner-occupied, so I honestly can tell you I'm learning a lot.
So you were
in this courtroom.
operating without a permit?
Yes.
So tell me about that. So when did you hear that you needed a permit to
I got
do
a
what
letter.
and you didn't know before that?
I didn't know because I live in my property, so I was unclear. But I had gone to permits in the past just to get some more clarity because I really didn't know. I didn't know exactly what we were doing as a community as far as like sharing.
What do you mean? I mean, so we have, you look online, you could Google permitting process for Nashville, Tennessee, or you could kind of talk to some friends that you really just didn't know.
I actually learned a lot just being in this courtroom today. So
Okay. The Sunny West room, not court. We're just.
Well, I mean, it feels like a courtroom. So being here today, I actually learned more than I had learned just online Googling the information.
Wow. Okay. Good.
Just from, general people. Like one of the ladies in front of me, I didn't know.
Mm-hmm. So, how long have you been renting this? And you have 5 reviews.
Off and on for a while because that's not accurate. It said 5.
Oh, one says 80. Okay, one says 5, one
yes.
says 80.
On and off for quite some time because I actually started when it was December one year. I remember because I'm gonna get terrible, but I couldn't afford my utility bill.
Mm-hmm.
It had went up to like $332, and I was like,
So
"What am
that's
I
why
gonna
you
do?"
did it?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to keep my house. I wanted to keep my utilities on.
So you posted it online, and you got a lot of people coming?
Yeah, and I mean, it was positive. I met a lot of folks from a lot of different places. I'm a pretty decent host, I think. I just appreciated like the community building, and they're bringing money into my community. I live at 37207. It's kind of a food desert. So I encourage people to eat in my area, to patronize the restaurants and the dollar store and stuff. So it just felt like I was doing right.
Okay. Questions of the applicant? We have a letter in our file for opposition from somebody that basically is against you, this end of appeal, and says that they said that you were skirting the obvious rules for operating a short-term rental, and they actually said that it should be permanently denied, which we don't have the authority to permanently deny. But so tell us why we should have leniency on this particular case that, you've sat in this room for hours and hours.
I mean, it would be interesting to see who actually wrote that, to be honest with you, because I'm surrounded by all renters. One of the buildings that's beside me has been empty since I lived there. It's a vacant area that I get more complaints than anything on. Every place else it's rental property. I'm pretty much I've probably been on that block the longest time, and one of the only people that actually go out and clean the sidewalks and clean the alleyways. I mean, because we have more renters, like regular renters, than we do actually people that keep up with their property.
And you wouldn't have called the police on your council person.
Would I call the police
on your council person walking in the alley?
Would I call?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Who supports you?
That was interesting.
Who supports you, by the way?
That was an interesting statement.
Okay.
It depends on if he came up there with a gun or something.
When you got the notice that you were operating illegally, did you cancel
Yes.
any?
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. We are going to close the public. Anything else to add?
I'm willing to pay whatever to get it back up and going.
Okay.
But I may need some help, like just as far as my peers on how to do it. I mean, I'm willing to go upstairs and pay whatever back tax.
Okay.
And I didn't receive 3 letters, so I don't know what the issue is with that.
Okay.
I only got 1 letter.
We're going to hear from Mr. Osborne. I'm assuming this is a host compliance
Yes.
case?
And let me clarify, it's not 3 letters that they would receive. They would receive 1, and it would
But
contain...
it's like 3 things in it.
Yeah, it would either contain one of those 3 things. So it either contain the tax violation, the permit violation, or both.
So this is someone that comes to our attention for host compliance, but were there any other complaints or anything else? I guess not, or
Not
we would
that
have
I'm seeing. That's
investigated this beforehand.
It looks like it was operating back in November of 2014.
Yeah, so Council Lady Van Reese is in the back, so when your colleagues ask about host compliance, it's working, and we're getting a lot of cases that people wouldn't necessarily have found, or at least not immediately found, particularly if some of these have been operating for 2 years. So,
I want to ask a question of Mr. Osborne. When she gets her letter and somewhere in all this gets a number for how much she owes in back taxes, most people who are renting like this are doing it to pay, as she said, her utilities or whatever. Does the city have a process for collections that people can pay monthly for their back? I'm learning today. I didn't know about this. Do they have a process where they can pay by the month to catch up, or how do they operate that?
It does give them instructions to contact the collections division and gives them a phone number and email address to follow up with. I don't have anything to do with the tax part of that.
It doesn't have anything in it like that. I have the letter that I was sent, but it doesn't tell me what to pay. I mean, seriously, it's
The
just
tax
something-
element of this is handled by a different department. So the letter provides a phone
this
number
just
for
puts you
them
on
to call.
notice that these are the things you need to do to come in compliance.
So Bob wouldn't know about taxes or
Okay.
the process of how we collect those taxes, and nor do
Mr.
I.
Herbert, you have something to add?
We do ask if your taxes have been paid before we issue the permits. We've now gotten a computer widget from the tax folks that allows us to now look and verify. We just got that within the last day or so. So we can look now and see if it's paid without simply having just to ask them and take them their word at it.
Okay. Anything else to add?
I'm willing to pay my taxes.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Discussion. So here we have another host compliance case and someone that just didn't know. What do we think?
Well, I personally think that if you've been in this room for more than 2 hours, that should count as time served for most of the But
I agree.
So does anyone have a motion?
I'll move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the appellant is available for permit tomorrow.
Okay. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. We're feeling very charitable around the holidays here,
And
applicant.
I feel very cheerful, so I appreciate that.
And so you are eligible to apply and get a permit, well, if you have all your paperwork, tomorrow.
Yes.
But you cannot advertise, you cannot rent until you have a permit.
Who do I talk to?
On your way out, go talk to those
Okay.
folks. They'll tell you.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Michael.
Case number 2017-377 is an item A appeal. James Dukes is the appellant and owner. I invite James Dukes forward at this time. 4217 Princess Lane, shown here on the zoning map, is the property in question. It's denial of a short-term rental permit application based on prior operation. Please introduce yourself by name and address. Make the desired presentation to the board.
And before he starts, just a reminder, Councilman Leonardo spoke in favor of this at the top of the meeting. Okay. Introduce yourself, name and address, and why you're here.
James E. Dukes, 4217 Princess Lane, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
I'm here because I had gotten a letter on my short-term rental.
So how long you been doing this?
Oh, I don't know the exact date. Probably a little less than a year, around a year.
And why'd you decide to start doing short-term rental in your house?
I had a friend that was doing it. He told me about it. And
what did he say? He didn't say go to the Nashville.gov website and sign up and get a permit. He just said...
Actually, I'd never heard of the Nashville.gov until you started talking about it. At that time, he told me there was, if you were owner-occupied, you did not have to have that. And you know, you hear different things. Somewhere down the road, probably.
So when you got this stop notice order from the city, did you call this friend and say, hey?
No, actually, another friend called me before I got the stop notice, and at that time he said no, because he didn't have one either, and he said, yes, you do have to have it. I've got a letter right here. This is what you need to do. And so I suspended it before I got the letter, or thinking before I got the letter, and the next day the letter was in my mailbox.
So it's probably host compliance again. Okay,
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, thanks for sharing that piece of information. Questions for the applicant?
When you got the notice, did you cancel any bookings or?
I'd stopped everything the day before I got the letter.
In
as I
future
said.
bookings, that's what she's asking. You cancel future
I
bookings.
didn't have it.
Pulled everything down, cancel. Okay.
I didn't have it.
Okay. Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to close the public hearing. Discussion. So host is working, as we once said, and so a friend of his, not the friend that gave him the bad advice, said, hey, I got this letter in the mail. And so you might want to know. And so even before he got his letter, pulls everything down. So that being said, does anyone have a motion? Well, if no one's going to make a motion, I will make a motion. I will move that the zoning administrator did not err in the denial of the short-term rental permit, and that the applicant shall be eligible to apply for a short-term rental permit tomorrow. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. So you heard from the last case. We did not give you a permit today.
I understand.
We are making you eligible to apply. So you have to go to that Nashville.gov website or just Google how to apply for a short-term permit in Nashville, Tennessee, and you will find a page of all the fire marshal, insurance, and
I went to apply when I got.
So if you have all that stuff,
Yeah, I've got everything.
go to the office tomorrow, and then you have to have that final inspection. So Thanks, good luck.
Thank you.
John Michael.
Case 2017-378 involves a property at 809 Nesbitt Lane in Council District Number 8, Councilmember Van Reese's district. Earl Beard is the appellant and owner of that property. It's an Item A case involving the denial of a short-term rental permit based upon prior operation without the legally required permit. The appellant is present and will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. I would note that the council member has elected to wait to make her comments regarding this case until the case was called. She may or may not have anticipated that would be at 5 o'clock sharp today. All apologies to Councilmember Van Reese. Mr. Beard, please introduce yourself by name and address and take it up with the board.
My name's Earl Beard. I live at 809 Nesbitt. I'm the guy that told him, so.
Oh.
The guy that told me. That means anything. I told him. That's,
Yeah, he left.
So, yeah.
So you know.
Yeah. So what happened when you got a letter, and then what happened after you got the letter?
Oh, I suspended it. Well, I suspended at that time. I had a person in there that day. I had one coming the next day and one coming after that day. And they'd been on my books for months, and I took care of those, but I suspended everybody else. I stopped.
So you had 2 or 3 other permits after that you...
I got the day I got the permit, the letter, I had somebody in that day. I had somebody else coming the next day and somebody else coming the next day.
Okay, so you didn't kick out, which we don't...
I didn't kick them out. No, some of these people, this is, I do this, I'm a disabled veteran. I do it because I need the income. I've had my lights turned off a couple of times.
But after
But it was the immediate 3 days.
Right, they were immediate 3 days, right. And some of these people have been booked for eons, and I just didn't want to, I didn't kick the guy out and didn't want to call him up the day before and go,
we do not recommend
you cannot come.
ever kicking anybody out.
So but that was it. I've done it because I needed the money. And I've been down here. I've been down here 3 times. And
been down here, meaning
I've been
what?
down to codes 3 times.
About this?
Trying to get a permit. I'm not, I've spent 11 hours down there trying to get a permit.
When was that?
In the last couple of years.
Why didn't you get a permit?
I've been down here. I come down here and I get told that you got to have this. I come back, spend another 3 hours. I go in there. They say,
So
no.
if you didn't have a permit, why did you continue to do this? And you knew that there was a permitting process.
I've been trying to get a permit. I knew I was going to get one.
But you knew that we had laws related to a permit. Why didn't you just...
I always wanted to be compliant, but with everything, I've always wanted to be compliant.
Okay, but you knew you didn't have a permit, right?
I know.
So, we've heard stories from people coming down here, I didn't have this, or I didn't have that.
I didn't have, every time I came down here, it was a lot. It was a lot. And I've been down here. I've tried to do what I'm supposed to do. I've honestly tried.
Questions, board members? Do you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Osborne. I'm assuming this is another host compliance case.
You are correct.
So were there any complaints about this unrelated to not having a permit?
No, sir.
Okay. And board members, we have a few letters, 3 letters in opposition in our packet, and we are about to hear from the duly elected council person from the 8th District, Nancy Van Reese. So please go back into the audience, and we're going to hear from the council person.
I have a neighbor here that's also in opposition.
Okay.
I'd like to speak first.
Yes. Please come forward, sit down at the chair, press the button, state your name and your reason for opposition. Okay, very good.
My name's Lenny Larson. I live at 733 Falcon Drive in Madison. I've been a resident there since February of 1981, and I had concerns about the rental problems there. Sunday, December 10th, that morning there was 10 to 12 vehicles in the driveway. There is also a camper in the back, and I had concerns that was being rented. We're in a well-established neighborhood. Madison is coming back. And
yes, as I said in the last meeting, it's the new Green Hills.
That's right, the new Green Hills.
So you saw all of this, and so what was your response? Are you aware of the kind of short-term rental?
I have gotten a doctorate in short-term rentals today.
Yes.
I was unaware of what the so-called Airbnb program is, yes.
So, you live nearby, and so why is this affecting your quality of life or your property?
Well, worried about outside people coming in with maybe possibly illegal activities and so on.
Why would you think there were illegal activities happening at this particular house?
Well, the Sunday that I referred to, December 10th, the number of cars and stuff, but other than that, I don't know.
Okay.
Was that the only time you saw 10 to 12 cars?
That I know of.
Has there been any noise issues?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any other questions for the applicant? The opposition? Okay, anything? We're going to hear from Councilman Van Rees. Councilor Van Rees, thank you for being here, and thank you for sitting through hours, and I hope you
I
enjoy
promise to stay a full session every once in a while, because it's how you hear what's going on and you get a sense for your commitment as public servants. So thank you again
and
for
I hope
that.
you've enjoyed your honorary doctorate that we have also bestowed on you today.
For the record, I am Nancy Van Rees. I'm the council member in District 8, which serves a vibrant community of different sorts and types, and a number of different housing types included. We're seeing a number of different people kind of realize the value of being this close to downtown and still have a suburban area. So we're going to see some more of these things pop up. I wanted to point out that today I'm kind of here both philosophically as well as on an individual case. I wanted to be clear that for District 8, you need to comply. That the 1 year that was determined by the consistency, it was there for a purpose. And in this particular applicant's case, he's already indicated that he knew he needed a permit. He tried to get one but couldn't and continued to operate. That speaks to me that there's a situation to where we need to be very clear that you need a permit. And so I ask for you to go ahead and consider the full 12-month waiting period. I am not against short-term rental properties, particularly type 1s. I think that they're very exciting for folks to be able to use their homes to welcome guests, to be ambassadors to the city, and to be able to help people out as well as themselves. And I particularly in this case want to thank the applicant for his service as a veteran. I appreciate his service in this regard. However, in this situation, we need to be very clear that if you're going to do a short-term rental in District 8, you must have a permit. And any BZA that comes before you that is simply caught by host compliance and ends up on your table, know that you'll continue to get letters from me to ask for the full waiting period. I think that we need to be consistent about it, and I'm here to start that. So
we'll get letters for the next 2 months, and then you'll get the letters.
Yeah, thank you for that.
So any questions for the council lady? Anything else to add?
Nothing to add. Happy holidays, and
Yes.
I appreciate your service to the community.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to close the public hearing, and let me start off by once again thanking the council lady for being here and sitting through 4 hours plus of BZA.
You got eight minutes for rebuttal time.
Oh, yes, okay. That's right. Applicant, come forward again. Okay, this is rebuttal. You respond to the council person and what they said. They basically said, look, you didn't have a permit. You didn't go through the process of getting it. Why should we? And she's asking for you to have a year before you can get one. So respond to that.
You know, I've tried my hardest to. I've got PTSD. I come down here. I walk my dog at night. I really don't like coming down. I can't take these things. I've been 2 combat zones, and I've tried. I come down here. I try to do this, and it seems like I get run around. And that's what it seems. As far as the 10th, I had a surprise birthday party, and people come from all over, and I hosted them that morning, and I didn't know anything. I had like 3 hours with them that night, so I sent everybody over, told them to come by for breakfast, and that's the only time I've ever had problems in my home. I stay there. I'm kind of quiet. I've hosted people from all over the world. It just helps me pay my utilities. That's really what it does, and I don't really know what else to say. I like my neighborhood. I don't know my neighbor. I've been here, and I love doing what I do. And
what about the camper? In one of your reviews or your title, it says backyard RV. Is that part of the rental?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so,
what happened was somebody needed it for a guest from the church. They needed a place. The lady was homeless, and she needed a place to stay for a week, and that's where that idea kind of came up. I let them stay there.
But on one of your advertisements, you said, my RV has a full bath, 1 full-size couch bed, 1 queen bed, 2 TVs, internet, kitchen, all that. So you're renting out your RV too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions? Do you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to close the public hearing. Discussion.
I appreciate that this gentleman has told us his side of trying to get a permit, and I was sitting here wondering how many have not told us the truth and not told us that they knew there was a law, and they're claiming they didn't know. He does admit that he knew that it was a law. He does say that he tried. I'm very touched by him saying he's a veteran. That's all I've got to say right now.
Okay, and what I will say is we often have council people that come down here and speak at the beginning of the meeting. They're busy people. There's a lot going on in the district. It's the holidays. And it was important enough to this council person stay the entire meeting to wait for this case. And we have heard in the past, we heard from a council person earlier in this meeting to go lenient on some people. And this council person has said the opposite. She thinks that this is a case that deserves a year. Now, obviously, it's kind of our discretion for now, since we are here, what happens. But to me, I think when someone who is duly elected in their district, and there's also 3 letters of opposition, this is, and then 1 person speaking in opposition, of course, I think we need to take everything into consideration in this case.
Don't those letters of opposition only say I'm opposed to SDRs, period? It doesn't matter who it is.
But as you know, I mean, some of these cases, we have lots of cases, most of these cases, there's nobody that bothers to write. I get that some of these people just in general don't like short-term rental and don't. The thing that just kind of came up at the end is this RV. And to me, that's wouldn't be allowed under any circumstance of the short-term rental law. It does not apply to a vehicle that with wheels or that can be movable. So something else to consider.
Well, and that I considered too. If the gentleman is in need of extra money, how can he afford a camper? I don't have a camper. I might like to have one, but I don't.
So, although I do not think that this is the worst of the worst case of some of these parties that have get out of hand with pool parties and bachelorettes and all this other stuff, I think it's a very serious case. I do agree with you, Ms. Sanford, that the person was very open and honest about what they knew and kind of what they've been doing in the past. And I do think this is one of the more and there are no noise complaints, but as far as complaints related to not having a permit and knowing there's laws and just not doing it anyway, it's more serious. So on the 1-year scale, to me, it's probably the loud, rowdy bachelorette, drunken, whatever, disruptive to the neighborhood and totally flaunting everything that these laws are trying to establish. That being said, I would make a motion that the zoning administrator did not err in this case, and that how long has the applicant not stopped? John Michael, how long has the applicant been?
Mr. Chairman, to the extent your question is how long has the operation been stopped, I don't have that information in front of me. We only have that the appeal was filed on November the 9th. So that would be the jumping off point if you're looking to count months.
Okay. So my motion is that he be eligible 7 months after the they stopped the permit and stopped the rental.
I will second it, but I want to change that. I want to confirm the council lady, and I would support a 1 year.
You supporting 1 year?
I appreciate the man serving. Appreciate his honesty, and I would support a 1 year.
Okay. If others are willing to support a year,
Well, I'll second this 7, but what do y'all talk about? Whatever you want to do.
I will not support the 1 year, with all due respect to all the council people.
Okay.
The council's divided, and I don't think we can judge on that.
This isn't the worst of the worst. Okay.
Well, and I appreciated Councilmember Davis this morning, or it seems like morning, it was hours ago, when he said a person going 10 miles over the speed limit should not be treated the same as someone who's driving drunk.
Okay. So here's a second for the 7. The motion's been made and seconded. More discussion. So, this is one of our more steep if we rule this way, but this is why we discuss things.
I guess it's good to get a good sense of, is that, to y'all's gut, is it too harsh or too light? I mean, I think Dick had said, well, it may be too light to him.
But over here,
it's too harsh. I would support a 4-month penalty from November 9th, which is the date of the application. I think it took some courage, and takes a lot of courage for all these people to come here and say and admit that they need financial help. And I've got to take that testimony to heart, and I don't want to question that. I don't feel it's proper to question that. That was the testimony given, and okay. I guess Merry Christmas today. I don't know.
Yes. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. We should vote on it. So,
I guess if there's if anyone else wants to comment whether they think it's hard,
still discussion period.
Too little, then we'll know how the motion's going to go, and we can.
We're in the Goldilocks stage of this.
Well, so it's 7 months from November, so it's 6 months from, 5.5 months really, I guess, from now, which would be at the high end of what I would vote for. I could vote for it.
Ms. Sanford.
I'm with Christina. I think that 4 months would be something.
I'll rescind my second and allow for another motion.
Okay. And I'll withdraw my original motion, so it's up to you all.
Okay, I will move that the zoning administrator did not err, and based on the testimony, a 4-month penalty from November 9th, whatever date that is. I don't know what date that is.
4 months after that.
4 months after that the applicant be eligible to apply for the permit.
Okay. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion on this motion before we vote? Seeing none. All those in the motion signify by saying aye. Raise your hands too. And opposed?
Oh, it's 3.
So if 4-2, it passes. So
But please get your permit.
you will be.
Please ask those gentlemen over there what you need to do.
Talk to them on the way out.
Thank you.
John Michael.
The next case for the board's consideration is case number 2017-383. This case involves the property at 2309 Cisco Street. It's an item A case involving short-term rental property. Permit denied by the zoning staff based upon prior operation. The appellants Marla and Callie Richardson are the appellants and owners of this property. Property shown here on the zoning map, the aerial view, and from the face of the property based upon the assessor's website photography. Please introduce yourself by name and address. Before you do so, I'll ask, is there anyone here in opposition to this case? There is no one present at this hour, Mr. Chairman. However, one individual who was present had to leave, chose to write down his basis for objection, and that has been distributed to the board. So you have that in hand. Again, for the appellant, please introduce yourself by name and address.
My name is Marla Richardson, 2309 Cisco Avenue Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37204.
Why are we here? What happened? And now that you have your honorary degree and doctorate in short-term rentals, what's going on here?
Well, I'm missing a couple of people, so I may not be able to answer all of the questions to the exact measure. The main one is my daughter, Callie. She entered into Belmont University this fall as a transfer student. And I have my residency in Williamson County in Brentwood, and I purchased this property in February of this year. And I wish you had a more recent picture of the home because it's absolutely beautiful now. I took it back to its original beauty. I put in some shutters that I had handmade. We've painted it. It's absolutely beautiful, trying to keep it to its original caricature. There is a small apartment on the upstairs, and the purpose was that Callie was going to live there, and I originally tried to do a long-term rental on the main level, but it was unsuccessful. So I had an opportunity with a company that was new in town that was willing to lease it from me, and then therefore they would do the short-term rental with my daughter living there. So it's an owner-occupant type 1.
So they would lease it for you?
I leased it to them.
And how much did you get from them?
$3,200 a month.
And that was a flat month fee,
Yes.
no matter.
Yes, and that worked for me because
But then this company, I imagine, just did it without any sort of permit.
Yes. Well, but let me tell you, Callie and I went down to the permit on June 19th, 2017. I sent all the letters, and I did everything that we were supposed to do.
Did you apply for a permit?
Yes, in June.
So, I mean, you say lease, but is that really the case, or is this person a property management company?
They're property management, basically.
But they're giving you a large lump sum of money.
Correct.
As opposed to a percentage, which is what most property management companies do.
I didn't want to have to take care of everything to do the short-term rental, which they told me that was their intention.
So they wouldn't be eligible to get a short-term rental because they don't own the house, this property management company.
Right, but Callie does own the house, and she lives in the house,
I thought
and
you
they
said
manage
you
it.
bought the house.
Yes, and my daughter, I got her put on the deed, so we're half and half.
But your daughter isn't this short-term rental company that's giving you $3,200 a month.
Correct.
So the unusual thing here is, like I said, most people that have a management company handling their short-term rentals, they basically take 10, 15, 20% or whatever of all the bookings. They're not just giving you a lump sum of money and then going out and renting it as much as they want. And let's say if they make $5,000, they just get to keep the rest. They only make $2,000, they're out of money. So this is a real unusual situation, and this is not a normal management of a short-term rental.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a type 1 to me.
Even though my daughter lives there and owns the property.
Did you have anything in writing with this company of this kind of arrangement? And how many months did they pay you this $3,200?
I believe it's 5 or 6 months that they've been paying us.
And how did you come up, or how did they come up with this $3,200?
That's what I was asking for when I advertised it for a long-term rental.
Oh, so they just kind of said, well, hey, we'll give you the $3,200, but then we'll turn it to an Airbnb.
And they take care of everything.
Or so you thought. They
Exactly.
did not.
Yes. And neither did my daughter, because I said to my daughter, you need to call the fire marshal. That's all we lack.
So who do you have a lease with?
It's now called Domio. It was originally City Shares when they first moved here.
So basically, you've leased your home
long-term, and then
Correct.
someone has kind of masqueraded as a short-term rental and tried to go.
I mean, I guess I don't understand. What are the terms of the lease that allow your daughter to live there?
They understand that she is there and lives there, and they pay all the utilities as well. And this is, as a single mom with 3 kids, this is part of the way I'm able to put my daughter in a safe place near her university.
So you mentioned fire marshals and things like that. So you obviously knew that there was this process. So when did you start this process?
So we started it in June. Callie is not here to make her case, but she said she called multiple times and was unable to get the fire marshal out.
Well, I've heard that before, and they're kind of busy.
Yeah, but they hired somebody specifically to do this the end of August, and she's amazing.
Who's they?
The city. One of their employees is now only doing the fire inspection. She's wonderful. So she came out. We had an incident at the home in August.
An incident?
Yes.
What?
We had a loud group of people there.
Oh, complaint, okay.
Yeah. It was not acceptable. And my daughter's upstairs.
Where were you when this happened?
Well, I live in Brentwood with my 3rd child that's in school out there. This is my 2nd child. She lives there in the little apartment upstairs.
The Belmont student?
Yes.
So now does she live, is that her permanent resident?
Yes.
And so she lives there when school's not in session?
Yes.
And she has her driver's license?
Yes, and her voter's registration. So Kendra came, she inspected our house, she said it was safe.
When did this happen?
This was the 1st of October because I got involved in August, and I asked for her to come out, or the fire marshals to come out, and she came out the 1st of October.
If you had the fire marshals thing, which is usually the hardest thing to get because of the scheduling, did you come down and turn in your paperwork to get a permit?
Yes.
And then what happened?
And I had said that David at the city that we've met with multiple times, he said that they could not give us our number because the time had expired from when we originally asked for the permit. And
so there's like a 90-day window.
Yeah, and we missed it by a couple of weeks, I think. I'm not exactly sure.
So after that, what did you do?
So I said, yes, sir. And so we went back and, so we expired, so we had to start over. So we went through the whole process again. And then I sat down with David and Callie and I had my fire inspection that had passed, and I had all of my things done that I needed to do. Well, from the time that we put the house in Callie and mine's name, I had met with a Lodestone group about putting my homes in a trust because I lost my mom 2 years ago, and she had a trust. And sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
having my homes in a trust, and I didn't think about that Callie should have been on there, and I shouldn't have done that, but I have some properties, and so we did that. So we sat with David. He was ready to write the permit number, and he looked it up, and he goes, well, you've put your house in the trust. And I was like, yes. And he said, well, here's legislation that just passed recently that says that an STRP cannot be in a trust. And I said, okay, David, I'll get it changed. And I ran over to Lodestone. They got it changed for me as soon as they could. We got it submitted with Callie's name on the deed again. And shortly thereafter, and I've got the date, we got a violation sticker on the house. And there were guests there. So I contacted the manager, and as soon as they left, we took it off the market.
So when you contacted the manager, these are the people who are giving you $3,200 a month?
Yes, and he would be here with me, but he's in Dallas. His grandmother's dying.
So what did he say? Did he say, oops?
Yeah. Well, I had another manager first, and then we had this incident in August where I've come. I talked to my neighbor. I told him I was upset about it as well, and that's when we got the manager involved. They were not meeting with the guest and telling them that my daughter was upstairs. I mean.
So tell me this. You get $3,200 a month. So the people that book on Airbnb or these websites, do they pay the management company directly?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And they did give me their numbers. They lost 1 month, but they've had 2 or 3 really good months.
Well, I'm sure they have.
Yeah, and then November has been slow, and of course we haven't rented it out since the violation. And I did check with the management company. They are ready to pay their hotel tax. They're waiting for the permit number.
The management company isn't eligible to get a permit because they don't own it.
I guess they were going to pay it under mine and Callie's permit
And this is
number.
why this is such a kind of very complicated case
Right.
that I have not seen before in our 2 years of doing these kind of cases.
I'm at your mercy. Whatever y'all want me to do, I can.
Questions of the applicant?
I'm trying to catch up. They give you $3,200 a month, and then they keep all the rest of the proceeds.
And the people pay directly to this management company, not her.
Lodestone?
Lodestone is not involved in any of that, other than they were taking care of my deed.
The trust.
The trust. The company that you're thinking about is Domio. And they started out as city shares when they first contacted me, and were not very organized. But once they have hired this other manager and they changed their names to Domio, he's been wonderful and been really good. I mean, when we had that incident where we had that party and there was too many cars around, I said that's not acceptable. Because
When you were
when I sent the letters out originally, I gave all the neighbors my name and number. Please call me if, because I'm trying this. I don't know if this is going to work. So please call me. And my next door neighbor did call me. I came and met with him, told him our game plan to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
When you were talking about putting your house, as you said, my house, in a trust, are you talking about the house you live in Brentwood, or
No,
this house
Cisco.
in Cisco?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
It's half mine, half my daughter's. If I passed away, though, she's going to get half of it at this point, whereas I had originally tried to spread it around for all 3 of my children, but that's fine.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Your daughter lives there full-time?
Yes.
Okay.
She started living there in the summer, even before she started. And then, like I said, I tried to get a long-term person in the downstairs, and then that's when I was presented with the opportunity that this company. Because I asked them, I was like, I mean, you're paying me pretty good, and how much do you think you'll make? And they said, maybe $1,000 a month. And that's maybe about what they average, maybe a little bit more. And I was like, I wouldn't do it for that.
But the weird thing about that is if you had a normal management contract of 15, maybe 20%, probably they would have gotten without the risk. You know, getting 15% of all the rental money in there. So, questions? Any others? We are going to close the public hearing. So, what this case kind of gets down to is basically operating without a permit. And like the last case, they understood that there was a permitting process, even outside the fog of everything involving this management company. Went down there, tried to get it. They were out of the 90-day window of taking the fire marshal's approval, and then they had to start all over. And by the time they tried to get the permit, the host software, I think, flagged them. So yes, Mr. McBroom, tell us about this case and how it came on our radar screen, because this is a lot of moving parts here.
Yes, sir.
Please press button.
Initially, it was a hotline call, and
Hotline call. So you could either do it online or call a number.
Yes, you can enter your complaint
Anonymously, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And you also can.
And what's that number again?
I'm sorry,
Mr.
I don't
Osborne.
have that before me.
Maybe we could put it on Channel 3 sometime and have them have a slide. Yes, okay, so continue.
Initially, it was a hotline call that came in, and that was on October the 6th. It was then followed by another hotline call on October the 18th. I had no way of contacting the complainant on the first call because they did not leave a return number or email. On the second, they did, and I did make contact with them. I told them that I was unable to establish the address due to the fact that the advertisement did not have any exterior pictures of the house.
That's very unusual, isn't it?
No, it is not.
Okay.
But in any event, I had other avenues that I pursued in order to locate that. And I did so through a combination of hosts' identification methods. They post identification that we have access to that we can also use Nashville real estate websites to confirm some pictures of interiors. But in the final analysis, the only way to really confirm it was to make a visit to the site.
And you did.
And make photographs from the exterior. And I was able to match that. I also, at that point, came back and discussed it as to whether or not this was pursuable, and it was determined to be pursuable. We then posted or sent the notification of violation letter, and that went out on November the 11th, and on that went out on November the 1st, and on November the 8th, the stop work order was posted at the property. In the interim, the reinspection date was the 27th. I checked it periodically because the complainant had told me that it periodically went up and down as far as the advertisement was concerned. And I checked on the day that the order was posted, it was down, and the day after the order was posted, it was down, and on the 18th, it was down. However, on the 18th, Host also showed them as having their advertisement down, but we received a fourth complaint on that, and it was concerning a loud party. I checked it again on the 22nd. The ad was down, and then on the date of reinspection, the 27th, the ad was down. But in total, in a period of less than 2 months, we received 4 complaints from the hotline.
How many were noise related?
I had 1 that was noise related concerning a party.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. McBroom?
I want to ask if you know, or how do we know, who was the so-called renter? Was it the rental company or the owner, or who was listing this as a rental property?
Well, ma'am, I didn't have contact with anyone until after the stop work order was posted. I never contacted anyone at the site itself, and I knocked on the door on the 2 occasions where I was there and received no answer, and there were no vehicles present. So after the stop work order was posted, a lady identifying herself as Ms. Richardson's daughter called me and spoke with me. And she explained to me that there had been a change in the deed concerning the ownership, and that they'd experienced some problems attempting to get a permit as a result. I was never informed of a lease arrangement with anyone.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. McBroom? Oh, okay. Discussion. So we have a case where they didn't have a permit. They tried, kind of like our last case, was aware of the permitting process, tried to go down there, and for whatever reason, the 90-day window expired once, and then others, they were just slow before the host flagged them. So.
Company rent anything when
they can't.
They're not even
It's
eligible
totally
for a
illegal.
permit.
To have an Airbnb, you have to own the house. So if you rent somebody's apartment and then you think you could go do short-term rentals on one of these sites, you cannot unless you're doing it legally without a permit. Short-term rentals are only for people that either own it owner-occupied, and for some cases, non-owner-occupied. But if you don't own it, you're not eligible under any of this.
That's what I thought.
Which is why that this company, I think, committed fraud, because if they're in any sort of real estate management company, they should know that basically what they did was trying to circumvent our laws and act like it was a long-term rental and then turn around and do this as a short-term rental. So. Does anyone have a motion? But obviously, the people that are in front of us today are not this management company. It is the real owners of the property.
I'll make a motion. I move that we deny the permit.
The permit's already been denied.
Well, I'm talking about
the appeal.
The appeal, yes.
Okay. Motion's been made. Is there a second? I'll second it. Discussion.
The essence of this is a year.
Yep. So we'll have that discussion that we had last time. If there's no discussion, we will vote.
Well, I guess there's discussion. Maybe I don't understand it. I don't.
So
maybe she shouldn't have hired the management company, but.
Well, the other thing, kind of like the last applicant, she knew that there was a permitting process. She let the time go too long without turning in the fire marshal's permit, and then she had to start all over again. But in the interim, she continued to rent without a permit, knowing that we have laws. That's what this case really boils down to. The other stuff is somewhat significant, but the real...
How long was it rented between those times?
Well, she just continued. Never stopped renting. Look at the reviews. They were just rental. You know, we've got the reviews on... Let's ask our enforcers over here. Do you know kind of the frequency and how many times this was rented in the last few months? Does host give us that information? Or is it just that it rented? So, for example,
Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Osborne is scrolling through his information, your packet does show a listing with at least 11 reviews from August and September.
September, August, yep. So at least 11 times that they rented, knowing that there's not. So, Mr. Osborne, do you have any
It looks
additional
like-
information?
There were 5 stays in September and 1 in October, and it was removed in November.
Okay. So the first attempt to, I guess, get an application was sometime in the summer, after the 90, obviously 90 days. So there you have it.
Well, I'm bothered by the fact that this woman, who's obviously a grown woman, she owns 2 homes, evidently, since she lives in Brentwood and owns this one, that she would, it looks to me like she's trying to rent it twice. She's rented it to this management company who's paid her a fee, a monthly fee, and yet she still wants to list it as Airbnb.
Well, that was the part of the farce of all this. The management company was the company that was listing it and collecting all the money. So they pay her $3,200, and then if they made $5,000 that month, they would get to keep the extra. And if they only collected $2,000, they wouldn't. And I've never seen this kind of arrangement before because it's illegal. But most management companies just take a percentage of all the rentals, like 10 or 15, maybe 20% on the higher end. So at the start of this agreement, it was illegal because you cannot rent on Airbnb unless you duly own the property. And so if that management company had tried to apply for a permit, they could not produce anything to say that they own the property. So I think they knew. But they're not in front of us.
That was my purpose of voting no. I mean, turning down the appeal.
Okay.
So we'd only turn it down for a year.
Okay.
So
Motion's on the table. Anyone ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed?
I'm going to oppose only because I think the year's too
Okay, 5-1. Passes.
The next case for the board's consideration is case number 2017-387. This is the appeal of Matt White on behalf of OIC 760 Alloway Street Townhomes, the owner of the subject property, located at 760B Alloway Street in District 17, South Nashville, coming down the 8th Avenue South corridor. The request is for a variance from sidewalk requirements in the R6 zoning district in conjunction with this residential construction project. The aerial map shown here gives you a sense of the layout of the established residential neighborhood, again, just off of 8th Avenue South. The site plan submitted gives a proposed layout of the residential construction that is at least started in terms of the grading process and the clearing process. For my recent site visit on a beautiful December day, the face of the property in the lower right-hand corner and across the street in the upper left, as you'll note, I guess that's a stone knee wall just at sidewalk height there. And then the view up and down Alloway in the upper left-hand corner heading back, I guess that's eastbound, and lower right-hand corner westbound toward 8th Avenue South, showing the existing sidewalk in its current condition. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 387? Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 388, which involves the adjacent property, 766B Alloway Street? Mr. Chairman, I would note that case 388 involving the aforementioned 766 Alloway is also a variance from sidewalk requirements, at least that is the request. They are adjacent parcels, as you see from the zoning map here, the aerial map as well. The site plan shows the same type of two-unit construction, and then the face of that property in this photograph. The board could probably hear these two cases together and then just provide separate motions and separate votes on 387 and 388.
Okay.
With no opposition present, the appellant will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. Please introduce yourself by name and address.
Okay, let's get started.
Hello, my name is Matt White, and I reside at 325 Abbey Lane. I guess just to make something clear, I'm not the owner of the property. I'm the general contractor.
Yes. It doesn't matter in non-short-term rentals. You could be a lawyer, an architect, a general counsel, but yes.
Just to make it clear. So,
as long as you're the duly appointed representative,
okay.
we're fine with you being here, so thank you.
Well, I'm a novice to this process.
So tell us about why you're here. And
what we're asking for is a variance from the sidewalk. As you can see, there's an existing sidewalk there, but also the hardship of having to basically essentially tear out the sidewalk to put in the 4 feet of grass strip to meet the ordinance as it exists now.
So this photograph on the bottom has a wall there too. Is that fronting your property or no?
Essentially what it is it runs, the retaining wall runs from 760 at the top of the alley all the way down to 7.
So you'd have to tear out part of that wall too?
Yeah, essentially if the city was going to go back and meet the ordinance and put the 4 feet of grass strip in, they'd have to take out essentially 200 feet of retaining wall and replace it to meet the 4-foot grass strip. So in light of that, we're asking for a variance to basically hopefully have the city use the money somewhere where there isn't a good existing sidewalk.
So you're willing to pay into the in lieu fund?
Essentially, the owner, yes, is willing to,
Right,
to
correct.
do that. Yeah.
Okay, it was written up that they did not want to contribute, so I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, they said unless there's some other kind of alternative that.
Yep, that's what you got to do.
And are they willing to dedicate the right-of-way along the property frontage for the future? If Metro should come in and build a new sidewalk?
Yeah, I guess that's as a requirement. Even if you do the in lieu contribution, you're still dedicating it, or.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what planning
Recommends.
Planning department
And
recommends.
it's one of those things that, it's off into the future, might be 2 years from now, might be 20 years from now, might be 50 years from now, might be never. But that's what they ask. You fine with that?
Yeah, I mean, the owners already has plans drawn up, and to basically not get the variance is going to create a hardship for him on a number of different reasons.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything else to add? Okay, we're good. Close the public hearing. Discussion.
I'll make a motion if you all are ready.
Okay. On both cases or one?
Yes, on both cases.
Okay.
I will move to approve the variance request with the planning department conditions attached to the request.
Okay.
And this is for case 2017-387 and 388.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to wait for so long. John Michael.
Thank you.
Case number 2017-390 involves the property originally listed as 0 Coffee Street, Council District number 21. Josh Helmer is the appellant for Steve Kovacs, the owner of the property. The request is for a group of variances from lot size requirements, the front setback requirements, rear setback requirements, side setback requirements, and garage door facing requirements in this, the R6 zoning district, for the construction of a single-family residence at the property shown in the aerial photograph here. Mr. Helmer will have the opportunity to make the presentation based upon the site plan originally submitted for the proposed layout of the residential structure at this location, which backs onto an alley as shown here. The face of the property from my recent site visit on another beautiful December day here in Middle Tennessee, and then the view across the street in the upper left-hand corner, up and down Coffee Street here in the lower portions. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 390? Seeing none, Mr. Helmer will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. Please introduce yourself by name and address the board.
Josh Helmer, 1071 2nd Avenue South. Thanks for having me back. Like John Michael said, we are asking for a gang of variances. I apologize. It's the only way that we can. The only way we can seem to get a single-family home on this property. The two most important variances are lot size. I believe we are 44 square feet short of the requirement. And then also the rear setback, because this lot faces Coffee and it's only 50 feet deep. With a 20-foot front setback, the rear is basically impossible to achieve. We've asked for the side setback variance because if we do get the variance for the undersized lot, I believe the rule states that the side setback should be 3 feet. With the lot being 75 feet wide, if we went to 3-foot side setbacks, we would be over the 50% build the allowed square footage we're allowed to build. So.
John Michael, it's been a few months since we had a lot size variance. Remind us again about this rule and kind of how we go about it.
As you'll recall, Mr. Chairman, for many years it was thought that the board did not even have jurisdiction under Title 17 to hear lot size variances. However, a clarification from the Metro Legal Department indicated that it is something the board can grant under very limited circumstances, particularly keeping an eye on the question, is this tantamount to being a use variance? Here, the property is, in fact, zoned residentially, R6 to be specific, although obviously the lot size is substandard to that zoning designation and even substandard by our bare minimum lot size for developable lots, which is 3,750 feet. I think this one comes up only 43 feet short, but short nevertheless. So the board does have the ability to consider lot size variances. As you know, they don't come up very frequently.
So it's 43 feet short out of how many total feet?
Out of the 3,750 required, so I believe that's 3,707 is the indicated size of the lot.
Yeah, so it's like 1.5% off. Okay.
Yeah, it's 50 by 74.2. If we got to the 50 by 75, we're right there.
So, I found this diagram in your application. It wasn't labeled as anything, but I was assuming it's your buildable footprint with the setbacks that are
Yes, I
required by the
believe
bulk
Mr.
regulations.
Corrigan, Tom drew that up for me. We were trying to figure out where we could build and then what we
And
should
that was
ask
the
for.
available footprint?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's like 10 feet by, I don't have that, but I think
So,
10 feet by 70 feet or
as we-
something.
Next time, dimensions would be good. There's
yeah.
no dimensions on it, or it's
Yeah,
not
I
labeled?
apologize. I didn't draw that.
Architects like dimensions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You all have, well, I know it's not you, but just
Yeah.
think about who you're.
Absolutely.
No, think of it, yeah. Okay, so we talked about this in front part. You were asking for a lot of variances.
We are.
Lot size, front, rear, side, and garage door.
Yes, and so the rear and the lot size are the two most important ones. The rear, obviously the lot size is very important. If we can get the variance for that, then we can build a home there. And then we can determine together what the best placement of the home is. The rear is necessary. We drew it in as 5 feet because how the rest of the properties on the street just around the corner, which is Delta, are situated, it's kind of a 5-foot side setback.
So what is your role in this process?
I actually just obtained the property.
Oh, you bought it?
I'm correct, and I'm going to build the house.
How much did you buy it for?
$55,000.
Really? What did it appraise for?
I'm not sure. I think the city has it worth like $28,000.
And do you know why it's appraised for only
Because it's
$28,000?
unbuildable, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure, like John Michael said and you stated, these are very rare. I actually was here a few months ago for 207 Mildred Chute, which was a way smaller lot that we had talked about, and you guys did grant us the variance to build on that one. Now, I know it's different cases. This one's a little bit larger. I talked to John Michael a little bit before I came up
Not
here.
that many $55,000 lots in the city of Nashville that you can build on. So
I think that other had occurred because it had been a single family, and that at one point they divided it. How did this lot come about?
So that, you're right, that one, I'm not sure if it was divided or not. There was a small outhouse house on that other one. This one, no one really knows why it was separated from 1901 Delta. It's kind of just a back lot. We actually offered the people at 1901 Delta first, they first sort of refusal for it. They were remodeling the front house and didn't have any interest in the rear lot, but wanted us to build there to clean the lot up. With the alley being in the backyard, we can change the, where the garage is and try to avoid the garage setback. We just wanted everything to face Coffee since that is the address.
So is there a fence or anything separating the front and the back lot?
They just put a fence up, yes, after they remodeled the house.
So you bought this piece of property not knowing whether you could build on it? That's rolling the dice here.
Yes. Like you said, there's not too many $55,000 lots left, so sometimes
there's a reason.
It's true.
That's my torts professor from Vanderbilt Law School, who was Australian. You'd say you assume the risk.
I was familiar with the risks when I made the purchase, and I...
Okay. Questions? Anything else to add?
I don't think so. I think, like I said, the most important is becoming buildable, and then the rear. Anything else, we can change. The garage setback that we're asking for is 18 feet 6 inches rather than 20 feet, or I think 18.8. So it's it's about a foot and a few inches. We can change that if we need to. Like I said, the garage could probably face the alley, and you could get to 20 feet. And then you could do like a 5-foot side setback on the other side if needed. We just thought this was the best position. I'm not sure. Can we get back to the site plan?
Oh, this big property in the corner here, is that the St. Cecilia Mother House?
That is.
Okay.
I believe so. I'm not familiar with the name, but it's
It's the big. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Been there since the Civil War.
It's a beautiful property.
Okay. This area has transformed. I used to go to school driving down this area before Metro Center was there, so very familiar with this area. Any other questions before we close the public hearing?
No.
Okay. We're going to close the public hearing. So we have no letters of opposition, no letters of support, but just here's somebody that's rolling the dice on a piece of property in a changing neighborhood, and they're the request.
I'll let y'all talk about lot size, but the rear setback in this situation does seem to make sense because of just the way the streets are set up. It would basically align that house with the side of the one next to it instead of a front back. If it were a duplex, it would be a different situation. So I don't have as much issue with that. Like I said, that front. I don't know. I'm not sure what the hardship is on some of the others, but lot size.
I think I said something similar to this on the last case that he presented. I think the fact that it is a small lot in and of itself is the hardship. And if you're going to go through a thought process of, okay, well, if we do the lot size variance, we're in a sense saying that is the hardship on all these other ones, because none of these setbacks were set up with this size lot in mind.
Right.
This by definition is an odd lot. Mm-hmm. So,
and to me, no opposition means a lot for this particular case. This neighborhood has really transformed, and it's good that somebody wants to take the risk over there.
I think it's a higher and better use than a vacant lot.
And obviously, I'm always a little wary of people that pay under market, which, a buildable lot, even in this neighborhood, probably is going for almost twice as much. But if you're willing to roll the dice and nobody complains and convince 4 of us that this is a good project, there you go. Anyone have a motion?
I move that we grant all the variances, and the hardship is in fact the unique lot size and configuration.
And that there's no opposition.
Oh, and there's no opposition.
Okay. I'll second that. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. It passes 5-1. Good luck. Job well done.
Mr. Chairman, our docket includes 2 motions for rehearings of previously decided cases. The first is case 2017-315 from Council District Number 24.
I thought that was withdrawn by the councilperson.
Was it?
Yes.
She withdrew because she said
they paid into the fund.
Very well. Naturally, want to be exceedingly cautious and make sure we give all deference to these motions, lest there be any confusion about their outcome.
Yes.
The second motion for rehearing is case 2017-240 from Council District Number 1. You've already heard from the district council member on that case as well. The property is 208 Queens Lane Court. This was a short-term rental case that was heard sometime back on the board's prior agendas. Teresa Morgan, as counsel for the appellant, will make the presentation with regard to the motion. Please come forward, introduce yourself by name and address, and make the desired presentation.
So
I would note that the board does have your packet that you filed.
Counselor, we are hearing about the motion, not the necessarily underlying facts of the case. So please talk to us and introduce yourself. You're press the button.
My name is Teresa Morgan. I also apologize. I'm going to probably lose my voice soon. I am an attorney. My office is 731 Porter Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37206, and I represent Ms. Mays.
My name is Catherine Mays. I reside at 208 Queens Lane Court. I'm sick as well.
Counselor, get us started.
Thank you. So,
and we have your brief, which very lengthy.
It was quite lengthy. I apologize.
Well-researched, Counselor.
I tried to put a little humor in there to keep it going. But so Ms. Mays did have a hearing on September 21st of 2017. We're simply asking for a rehearing. And I'm just going to state the rules of procedure, which you guys are overly acquainted with, I'm sure. So Rule 7 would state that the presentation of false statements to the board would give you the right to reconsider the decision. 4 people showed up that day in opposition to Ms. Mays, and there were a plethora of incorrect statements made about the nature of her short-term rental operation. The witnesses presented testimony about things that really weren't relevant to Ms. Mays' operation in general, which I've seen plenty of times here today, which they can get off their chest, but wasn't relevant to whether or not she would be entitled to a bit of leniency.
What was the worst misstatement, do you think, Counselor?
The worst misstatement, over and over, well, multiple people recharacterized her operation as a Type 2. So there were 2 gentlemen, if my memory serves me right, that presented themselves as representatives of either a homeowner association or a neighborhood association, and they were discussing at length the fact that rental units and apartments were going to drive down property value in the neighborhood, and there were also statements made about how short-term rental guests were so terrifying that they were going to make all of the residents flee into nursing facilities. Those were pretty interesting things that were brought up by various members of the opposition.
Counselor, why should we rehear this case?
We should rehear this case because what's most interesting is under Rule 10, there was actual evidence that wasn't reasonably able to be presented that day.
Which was?
Most interestingly, Ms. Mays has actually had a permit. She believed on that day that the board would have that information. She didn't have it. She had a permit, which she was granted September 17th of 2015. There was based on an online, the data.nashville.gov website, which Ms. Mays often checked, she was showing as having an issued permit.
But had she taken the fire inspection and all of that?
The fire inspector came out and said that she was going to return.
You don't have a permit until the fire inspector signs off on it and you take that piece of paper back to the office.
That may be true. I don't dispute that. She has never disputed that she was operating without a permit, that once she was informed that she didn't have one, she was operating under the belief that she had one because a website, Nashville.gov website, indicated that she in fact did.
So if I apply to Vanderbilt Law School and I don't take the LSAT, my application is not complete and they're not going to act on it.
It even had an expiration date.
I know. But your application is not complete until you have all materials, including that fire inspection. So, Counselor, why should we rehear this case?
Pursuant to what I've seen today, Ms. Mays is not someone who operated a short-term rental for supplemental income or for fun. This is an important part. This is a critical part of her household income. She has a disabled son and a college-age daughter. She and I would like the opportunity to present a forward-looking plan She came here with her hat in her hand, understanding that she had incorrectly and improperly marketed her house. She has an in-law suite with a separate bathroom. At this point, she has not been able to operate for 6 months. She hasn't had a guest since July of 2017. This
Okay.
is a woman who I don't know if, can I overshare?
Yeah.
I mean, I work with a bankruptcy attorney, and that could be on the table. So this is not part of the legislative intent in allowing less than a year included a balance between the, how does it word? It's worded, the needs of the long-term residents should be balanced with the allowance of short-term rentals, presumably also connected to the opportunity to hold property in difficult economic circumstances.
Okay. Let's talk about the statements again from these people that you said were incorrect, because that's, to me, the most important. What is the statements that were not true that would warrant us to give you another hearing or another bite at the apple, as our lawyers say? Because you've included these pictures and people in your packet.
Well, those were just the other appellants that day. I was simply trying to make the argument that the penalty period which Ms. Mays was granted that day seemed to be not necessarily proportionate to the other 4 appellants that were heard on that particular day for short-term rental permits.
Are you saying that we were arbitrary?
It's okay if you think that is.
My perception after watching the September 21st, 2017 BZA hearing no less than 6 times, which is thrilling, is that it did seem to be not necessarily congruent.
That was an excellent way to say arbitrary.
Well,
Okay, so questions?
Well, didn't you watch the part where there was a bachelor party and they stayed up and disturbed the neighborhood?
what was interesting was that absolutely none of those people have personal knowledge, which is also a requirement for testimony, of Ms. Mays or her operation. If we could pull up
it's on a website. It was written here. Our chairman actually read it out loud about staying up till 6 a.m. every night, and
People have the time of their lives.
yeah, anyone else in the world would have kicked us out on our ass. I mean, I think that's what my recollection is. That is what drove us to a 1-year penalty. But you mentioned in your letter that there was a proposal to have a different type of rental property. Will you
Yes.
please tell us
So
about
Ms. Mays has traditionally marketed her house or the areas of her house that she rents out on VRBO, which, as you know, is what you kind of use to market whole house rentals, so the more traditional type 2. She has the separate bedroom with a separate entrance and a contained bathroom. We did a little math to see exactly what is the dollar amount of income that she needs to come into her house to save her budget. She could pull that off by renting this 1-bedroom suite 10 days a month at a very reasonable rate and not using VRBO, but then creating a profile on Airbnb, which, as you also probably know, is tailored for the more like 1- and 2-person business visitor. So we would like an opportunity to present a forward-looking plan that would balance the needs of the neighborhood with Ms. May's household needs as well. There was also false statements made about weed use. Someone talked about weed. Ms. Mays, does anyone in your house use weed?
No.
Has
But it
any
wasn't-
of these guests used weed?
But how would you know? I mean, somebody said they had a time of their life, and anybody else would have kicked them out.
Mr.
So
Ewing,
what kind of activity was that?
Were these the Canadians?
But that was
I used to live in
right?
Detroit. Canadians,
Okay, so tell me what kind of activity that even these partying people would have said, quote, anyone else in the world would have kicked us out on our ass. Thank you for the best weekend of our lives, exclamation point. What was so bad that they were doing that most people or anyone else would have kicked them out?
I mean, maybe they
stayed up to 6 o'clock in the morning.
If I
And
have
they
a
were
house and
talking
stay
to
up,
my
I wouldn't kick you
husband.
out for staying up.
Okay, but that's how I looked at that. We looked at that at two different things. I looked at it as a positive review.
Well, they thought it was. So if they had the time of their lives just because they stayed up till 6, that doesn't connect to me. It sounds like they were partying hard. Anyone else?
We have another thing that Ms. Mays was not prepared to present on September 21st was any rebuttal testimony. She had no idea that the opposition was going to make the statements that they did.
But that's the case with any BZA hearing, that you don't know, A, if there's going to be opposition, and you don't know in advance what they're going to say.
Any of the neighbors who can view her yard or are adjacent to her house are extremely supportive of her having and operating a very reasonable, again, forward-looking. They had no problems with the past. Let's just, that's substantive. Again, right now, we're really, sorry.
This was a party house, though. You had 13 people stay here on more than one occasion based on these reviews, and the law doesn't even allow you to have 13, which is why this board made the ruling that it did. And you're asking for a rehearing. We have to have material information that we aired or wouldn't be available that would have made a difference in this case. And the thing that kind of sunk your client were some of these reviews and some of these complaints by the neighbors that were consistent with what some of these reviews said.
I have a question, too. We had 34 neighbors who were against this, who signed a petition they were against this. How do we know we won't have to listen to 34 people again saying they're against this?
I was unaware of any petition.
Well, it's attached to, and I remember this case. I was here, and attached to our form was a petition. We stand with concerned citizens in opposition to the appeal of the short-term rental from Mrs. Catherine Murray Mays, located 208 Queens Lane, for the safety and quality of our community. I count 38 names who signed that.
Okay.
You've heard a lot of these cases today, and like I said, this is a rehearing request, so we're trying to figure out what that we didn't know or that we got wrong, that we should go through this again. And your main argument is these people just told untruths or that your person didn't get to respond to people that were in opposition. That happens here every day.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like?
So I have a quick question for John Michael. This 365 days, what does that date end up being?
Well,
The actual application for the permit shows us being an August 11, 2017 application. To be perfectly frank, we on the staff level try to give as generous a reading as possible on something as to when we would count that 365. So rather than waiting for the motion to rehear, a final decision by the board, or the actual BZA date, we would try to count it back as far back as reasonably possible. And having that August 11 date is a pretty reasonable date to pin the 365 to.
Okay, so
interestingly, the order states that it's 365 days. The appellant shall not be eligible to apply for a permit from 1 year, for 1 year from the date of this hearing.
Or you can have the longer time if you want.
well, I don't think, yeah.
I mean, that's written in the order. I don't.
Well, let's assume it's August. And so if we granted this, or we decided to rehear this, when would we hear this case?
Once we've had adequate time to provide the required notice and get it back on an appropriate docket, that would either be the last meeting in January or first meeting in February, depending on the existing dockets.
Okay.
I also like to say, after talking to my councilman, he informed me that the stuff that was told to him was told right here in the courtroom. And I have pictures that would even discredit any of my neighbors saying what was going on at my house based upon the fact that they couldn't see anything. I have pictures. I also have letters from my immediate neighbors. I don't know who those 38 people were, but my immediate neighbors, people that's right beside me, they are in favor of what I do. Now, like so many other people have said before, I honestly did not know that you couldn't go over 12. On the website, it has up to 15. Other homes that I've seen that listed, and when I was doing this, I was banking it upon what I saw other homes my size was doing. But now that my kids are home, my daughter's home, it's no way for me to even rent my entire house now anyway, because they're there. So, the in-law suite would be good. And it's just, I have a lot of illness, not a lot of illness, but I have some illness going on, trying to retire. And I just think that they were my neighbors, the ones that stirred this up, were just completely unfair, and they were not truthful at all. They weren't truthful at all.
So nothing they said was true?
Nothing that they said was true.
Let me read you something from the aforementioned Matt from Ontario, Canada. This was his review. And you said that you couldn't tell from everything was going on the inside. Let's read what Matt had to say about his stay here, which the headline was Unbelievable Exclamation Part. We went for a bachelor party with 13 other buddies, meaning 14 people. We were hosted beyond well. We played a game of lawn. We played a lot of lawn games on the beautiful property and played basketball on the court they had in the rain. The hosts were extremely nice. Had to deal with us staying up till 6 a.m. every night because of how much fun Nashville has to offer, and never complained once, and actually complimented us on our partying skills. Anyone else in the world would have kicked out our asses. Thanks so much for the best weekend of our lives. Matt from Ontario.
And may I respond to that?
Yes.
They did have a good time, and I wanted them to have a good time. They were playing basketball.
If they were outside, your neighbors are going to see people playing lawn games.
My neighbors can't see anything in my yard. That's why I have
They can hear
pictures.
people playing basketball.
They can't hear. I stay on an acre.
They can't?
I have pictures that would show that unless they have bionic hearing, they can't hear anything.
It seems like
in the front of my house, you cannot see the back of my house. Those guys had just returned from a boat at the lake or something, and they had on swimwear or whatever. When they stayed up at night,
every night till 6 a.m.
It wasn't going to bother anybody. No one was staying next door.
38 people signed a petition saying, we don't like this.
38 people saw them?
I'm not sure if 38 people saw them, but some of those people probably did and heard them.
They couldn't have.
They testified last time that
That's
they did.
why I said they're lying.
Okay.
Because if you look at my photos, you can see there is no way that anybody in my neighborhood could see what's going on. You can barely see my basketball court from the street.
You operated a party house.
I didn't. I operated my home, which is not a party house. I am a school teacher. My husband also works for Metro Schools. I am 57 years old. How do I look like having a party house?
Well, according to these reviews, they had the best time of their life.
Just
and
because
were
they
out
have a good time doesn't mean it's a party house.
staying up till 6 a.m. with 14 people, that's a party house.
If it's on the weekend and I'm
Don't
up
matter.
and with,
It's a party house.
So
It's not like the person we heard earlier that rents a room in their house to 2 or 4 people. Mr. Taylor.
I mean, it sounds like we're kind of rehearing a little bit of the testimony, and so I was just trying to boil down, the main points that they're saying is that there was some, they
said people lied.
They don't believe that there was truthfulness and that they want to present more evidence. And the council member, I think, also said that there was some confusion as to what type it was, and I believe he supported us having another hearing. And, I personally would be very happy not to ever hear another reading of the folks from Canada. But I also want to be, if I have to err, I'd rather err more on the side of, fairness to the folks involved. I know that also includes the neighbors who would have to come down again. But, the council weighing in and the facts brought, I'm kind of on the fence because I haven't heard something that was so substantive to say, boy, I think this is leading to overturning it, but there's enough there to make me not just dismiss it out of hand.
Yeah, I agree with you. The fact the councilman bothered to come here, took time from his busy day to come here, says something about it. And I think they want to make a more reasonable proposal, and I feel like we should err. Maybe it's not the right thing to do legally, but it does seem like they're trying to do something that's better. So I would support rehearing.
Well, what's interesting about that, in the brief the counselor wrote on the first page, she says basically that the council person's BZA's rules of procedure, because most of the statements made by Metro Councilman Nick Leonardo and the opposition were false and irrelevant. So she's even saying when he testified the first time, he wasn't telling the truth.
He on page 2, my second paragraph starts with Mr. Leonardo erroneously testified that Ms. May's short-term rental was a type 2 non-owner occupied operation.
But you also said most of the other statements he said were false and irrelevant, too.
He also testified that there had been reports to him, among other things, about marijuana smoking at the house, and that has never happened. And in fact, later on, Ms. Orr, if I remember right, Verenda Orr, clarified that that was actually a different house. So it wasn't Ms. May's house. So this is just showing that my position that what we had was a ton of testimony by people who had, as the code requires, the testimony of neighbors or others with knowledge of the STRP operation. I don't believe that they had any personal knowledge whatsoever of Ms. May's operation. I've looked at a map about where, because they had to give their address, I looked at a map where Ms. Orr lives, Mr. Turnbull. They live around the corner from Ms. May's house. And what she is describing, much to your chagrin, I'm sure, is true. There are 2 properties on the side that can see the basketball court and one that's on the back that can see the basketball court.
Even the property on the left side of my house
that
can't
is
even
the
see
crux of why
because
we are
such a thick tree line there.
those are the basis of us requesting a rehearing.
Okay. Any other questions for the
I want to
applicant?
ask our counsel a question.
Do we have any questions for the applicant before we close the public hearing?
No, I don't.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing.
I want to ask if we should agree to rehear this and then the Metro Council passes the new law that takes away our right to grant less than 1 year. What will happen if we hear this in February?
I don't have that ordinance right in front of me, but my recollection of it is that ordinance, the way it is written now, says it would take effect 60 days after passage. So assuming this is reset, or assuming this is set to be reheard before 60 days after that ordinance is passed, you would, I believe, still have the discretion.
Okay. Discussion, board members. What do we think? So, let me ask John Michael. Rehearing cases, what's the criteria and what should we be looking at in determining a rehearing?
The board rules discuss the concept of whether or not there was information not available on the day of the original hearing that has become available at a later date, such as would justify a rehearing of the case. Specifically, BZA Rule 10 deals with post-hearing requests. Request for rehearing is Part A, and it's a who, why, and how. Who, any aggrieved party within 60 days. Why? Because there's new evidence submitted which could not have been reasonably presented at the previous hearing. And how, 3, the request must be in writing, must recite with specificity the new evidence, and all the documents submitted by counsel cover that part, at least as far as making sure it's submitted in writing. So the board will determine whether or not the request actually raises the specter of new evidence which could not have been reasonably presented at the previous hearing as the primary decision here in making your ruling. There was also, of course, a reference to rule number 7 out of BZA rules with regard to false or misleading testimony being a potential grounds for either reversing an action or at least having, usually we talk about it as a show cause concept for an appellant who has gotten something perhaps falsely.
Okay, board members, that's the criteria. Discussion.
I still think that because the councilman came here and said he got bad information, I don't know, it just seems like we could rehear it. I mean, I know I support our decision for the 1 year penalty. I don't know, I just feel like we could rehear it. Maybe it's, I'm tired, I don't know.
Well, I made the motion from which the order is made, and I will make a motion that we rehear this case, finding that potentially false or misleading testimony may have been given relevant to the case.
If you're done, I'll second.
Okay, the motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye and raise hands. Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-2. John Michael, tell us when it will be reheard.
February 1.
That being said, this is the last meeting of the 2007 Board of Zoning Appeals. Thank you for another good year, best year ever in its city. Everyone have a nice holidays, and we will see you in the new year.
I want to congratulate the mayor on the decision that was made. We got an NFL team here.
We have it's soccer, MSL. Yes, soccer is coming to the fairground. So,
good job, Mayor.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.